let's play more Minecraft. Let's go. Hello, hello and welcome. Let's play more Minecraft. Hello and welcome.
Without you even
Hello and
realizing
welcome.
it.
Let's play
As
more
the
Minecraft.
conversation continues,
Welcome
Joe
to the
expresses
stream.
his surprise at how
I'm
quickly we
happy that
forget
you all are
dreams
here.
upon waking
It's so
compared to
cool.
memories of events that occur when we are fully conscious.
What's stunning
That's
to me is
great.
how quickly the dream evaporates, the memory of the dream,
That's
in
great.
relation to an actual experience. Like if we went outside and we saw some lady walk up to some
So
guy and
that's
kick him in the
crazy.
balls, we'd be like, "Whoa!" We would remember that, and that you'd be able to tell your friends, like, "Yeah, some lady just
That's
randomly
great.
walked up to some guy and kicked him in the balls." Like we would remember that, and you would remember it 10 minutes later. You'd remember
That's
it an hour.
great.
You'd remember it next day. You'd
That's
be telling
great.
your friends, "Yeah, she just walked right up to him. I remember it like it was yesterday," because it was, right?
Yeah.
But a dream can be 10 minutes ago, and
That's
you wake
great.
up and dude, it was King Kong, and
Okay,
he was
I
swinging from
found
my
stone
ceiling, and somehow or
for
another he fit in the room, but the room got bigger, and you have these crazy
the
dreams,
tower.
and then 20 minutes later you forget all of it. Like what is happening there?
So one current explanation is that the chemistry of the brain when you go into dream sleep is radically different.
Yeah.
So one of the chemicals called noradrenaline in the brain, which downstairs in the body, its sister chemical is called adrenaline. Noradrenaline actually plummets to the lowest levels. It's a stress chemical in the brain. It's one of them that gets shut off during dream sleep. Which is
even if you're
remarkable.
panicking, like what if you fall off a building?
Well, what's interesting is that chemical is low whilst you're having that dream, but when you wake up from
That's
those,
good.
and some people often wake up, that's when you have the spike of noradrenaline. So it's still low when you're in dream sleep.
Walker also highlights acetylcholine, a chemical that plays a key role in memory processing
Oh, that's
by
crazy.
influencing the direction of information flow in the brain. The chemical is commonly found in nootropics as it helps enhance memory and improve verbal recall.
But there's another chemical that goes in the opposite direction. It's called acetylcholine. It's the chemical that is actually altered in Alzheimer's disease. And these two chemicals will change essentially the input-output direction of information flow into the memory centers of the brain.
That makes sense because people take that as a nootropic.
They do.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's actually an alpha brain. When you take that, it's been clinically proven to enhance memory, especially verbal memory and recollection of words and things like that.
That's right.
So that's happening while you're sleeping.
Well, so you're in REM sleep, yeah. But what may be happening, our current models, if you sort of build these neural models to sort of mimic dreaming, it may be that during dreaming, it's principally about the outflow of information to generate dreams. And in fact, the chemical profile is oppositional to input, which is about saving. So it's about sort of pumping out information rather than committing information. And so when you come out of a dream sleep, you still get this sort of lingering after sort of taste of chemistry, as it were, in the brain. That means that the dreaming brain is more programmed to be outputting a narrative and an experience rather than actually committing it to memory, which is the opposite direction, if that makes sense.
Up next, Joe Rogan and Dr. Phil discuss how Chinese entities are purchasing US farmland near military bases. They also highlight how many American farmers are increasingly dependent on foreign-owned grain facilities, leaving them vulnerable to decisions made by the Chinese. This is a conversation from episode number 2105.
What's happening with Chinese buying, the Chinese government or Chinese nationals buying farmland? And I've got a map, if I can find it, of where they're buying this land, and it's around U.S. military installations. They're buying up land around U.S. military installations, and so when you look at the amount of land that they're buying, it's not all that much. I mean, it's a lot of land, but given as much land as there is, it's like maybe less than 1%. But when you look at it strategically around military installations, it's really
one golem was already here.
Concerning. And then when you look at what's happening
now what I want to
at
see
those
is
military
if I place water
that
here,
they have land around,
if they're still going
like
to spawn.
B-2 stealth bomber training, drone training, and all, it's very, very troubling.
God, so strategic where it's all placed.
Finally, a little bit of
On December 18,
farm,
2024, the New York Post reported that at least 17 US military bases located near Chinese-owned farmland have experienced an unusual spike in drone activity. This has sparked concerns about whether China could be using these drones for espionage on US military operations. The sentiment is shared by many, including one commenter who wrote, "It doesn't take a military general to realize having your opponents buying hella land next to our bases is insane ASF." The conversation continues with Joe and Dr. Phil discussing how Sun Guangjin, a Chinese billionaire, owns 40% of all Chinese land in the US. Sun acquired the land between 2016 and 2017, claiming it was for a wind farm project, despite the fact that the land
let's go
was
finally.
raising
even this guy
about his true intentions.
Sun owns 40% of Chinese-owned land in the U.S. He owns over 100,000 acres of land in Valverde County, Texas.
Hello.
Although his two companies, Brazos Highland Properties and Harvest Texas, through his two companies, his purchases in 2016, 2017.
I forgot about this area.
His plans
of course,
to build a
Gorms
wind
can
farm,
spawn
as well
there.
as his purported ties to Chinese military drew scrutiny in Texas several years after his acquisition. He ultimately was denied permission to proceed with his wind farm plans. So they own the land, but they won't let him proceed with the wind farm.
Yeah, and they're building a wind farm where it's not very windy. But it does butt up against a strategic military installment.
What a coincidence. This is the best land that was available.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The two highlight the double standards in land ownership laws, as China strictly prohibits foreigners from buying land or businesses, while the US allows foreign entities to purchase American property. This frustration was also shared by a commenter who wrote, "It's ridiculous that non-citizens, non-US based companies can buy American property. That defeats the whole purpose of a country." Dr. Phil also explains how the Chinese not only own US farmland, but also control grain elevators, where American farmers sell their crops.
Well, how would that be possible here under logical laws? Because in China, you can't do that. They're smart. You can't just buy their land.
We absolutely cannot buy farmland.
No, you can't buy their businesses either.
Now, we had a man on
come on,
talking about this, a farmer, and he said they also own the grain elevator where we sell our grain. The Chinese own that. Chinese government owns that. So, and I said Chinese government. Chinese own that. Now, is it the government? Is it a government agent who owns it? He said it's Chinese owned and controlled. If they decide to stop buying his grain, I said, what happens? He said, well,
fucked.
We're out of business.
Yeah. And then you take that, on top of that, the topsoil crisis in this
How can they spawn here?
They've got like 60 more crops left.
Yeah.
Unless they do something radical to change it.
Up next, Joe Rogan and Mike Baker discuss the recent case of Chinese programmer Hugh Leslie, who accused Quendi investment executives of using mind control chips to manipulate their employees. The story takes an even more bizarre turn as Leslie burned 603 Ethereum, worth approximately $1.65 million to publicize his claims. This is a conversation from episode number 2274.
Did you see the most recent thing that people are saying about China? I think Kurt Metzger sent it to me, so I know it's got to be accurate. He's not out of his mind. Something about some new thing that they found.
Okay, I'm now going to pack everything up, every possibility.
Where,
because that's fucking annoying. They shouldn't spawn there.
Yeah, they burned the ether. That thing?
I don't know.
They burned the cryptocurrency, and the guy said that they're being taken over by. Yeah, that has to be it because it was going viral like yesterday.
Someone burned 500. Yeah, this is it. ETH to accuse Chinese hedge fund CEOs of using brain-computer weapons. Allegations of mind control tech spark a crypto donation spree amid intrigue in Chinese finance circles. Yeah, this is it. So this dude, how do you say that name? Fulezi burned 603 ETH to allege Chinese hedge fund CEOs' use of brain-computer weapons. Large donations totaling of 1,950 ETH, that's Ethereum, were made to various addresses, including WikiLeaks and Ukraine. A self-identified Chinese programmer has burned 603 ETH, approximately $1.65 million, and donated 1,950 ETH, approximately $5.35 million, through a series of blockchain transactions while making...
Ja! Was ist? Dat is goed. Schön mine.
Publicize his
Okay.
allegations. He accused Quande investment executives Feng Xin
See that the
and Zhu
golems are
Yuji
so dumb.
of using brain-computer weapons to control their employees. Lesji also claimed to have been a victim of this technology since birth, stating, "I have completely lost my dignity as a human being. I have decided to leave this world and hope this ugly world will soon be destroyed."
Okay, he sent 500 ETH to the burn address with this message. The CEO of Quande Investment, Feng Jin, and Yuji, how do you say it?
Yuji.
Use brain-computer weapons to persecute all company employees and former employees, and even they themselves were controlled. Like, what?
Okay.
The individual, identifying as Hu Lezi, sent multiple on-chain messages accusing Quande Investment CEO Feng Jin and Zhu Yuji of using what they term brain-computer weapons against employees and former employees. Quande Investment, known as Wizard Quant, is a hedge fund specializing in quantitative trading.
That old story.
Yeah, so scroll down. It says, this is a new mode of crime in which the victim is gradually deprived of his senses of desire until he becomes a complete slave to the digital machine. And if one day I become a victim of the final stage, I will leave the world. As the brain-computer interface and mind-reading technology keeps developing, there is a new mode of crime in which wild animals become puppets or complete slaves to the digital machine.
Up next, Joe Rogan and Brigham Butler discuss the rapid rise in large language models in the healthcare industries, as well as the dangers of this data falling into the hands of insurance companies. This is a conversation from episode number 2.
Then I'm doing it like
and
this.
That's where I see large language models in an evolving market allowing patients to get that education on their own. They don't have to wait to talk to a doctor, right? I will have a team of academics.
Now we have
right
way
there
better automatic
at your
farm.
fingertips, proactively analyzing everything about you.
Great.
And
the only thing we still need is that zombie.
I talked about predictive, proactive, personalized, all that. Another one would be private. Private. You do not want this data in the hands of insurance companies.
That's
Listen
great.
to what Gary Brecka was telling you. He worked for the big insurance companies. He worked to assess your all-cause mortality risk and the risk profile to the insurance company, right? And so if let's just say in a miracle world, all of a sudden, Blue Cross Blue Shield rolls out a large language model to streamline your experience, and they want to tie into your wearables. The last person you want digging through your underwear drawer is the insurance company, because they're going to use it to limit your care, to limit what they cover, and to kick you off a plan, right? They're going to know when the chronic disease is coming, and they're going to charge you when they know they can monetize you. And then as soon as you reach a state where they can't, and that's the dangerous side of these large language models, and that's the dangerous side of the tool. And so a sword in the right hands is, one thing, and a sword in the wrong hands is a whole nother thing.
For context, AI-powered tools like ChatGPT, Google's MedPalm 2, and IBM Watson Health are transforming healthcare by assisting with medical documentation, diagnosis support, and personalized patient education. For example, Mayo Clinic has tested LLMs to help doctors interpret complex medical data. While this is a significant technological advancement, Brigham warns of the risks associated with insurance companies accessing personal health data through these AI models. He argues that insurers can exploit this data to limit
easier
care,
options to
raise
do
costs,
so much
or
more
even drop
stuff.
patients once they are no longer profitable.
I wonder if they are trying to do that. I wonder if these insurance companies are trying to do that.
They're for sure going to roll that out. Yeah, if they're not already. And that's the problem. Like when you have an insurance-based model, and that's where I would tell you, maintain the car outside of the system. Right.
And the insurance-based large language models are going to ensure that you stay on these treatments because that's where they're profitable.
Correct. So there's the insurance company, and then we broke this down last time. Then there's the pharmacy benefit manager. Pharmacy benefit managers are a middleman between the insurance companies and big pharma. Okay, and they were put in place to negotiate the price of pharmaceutical drugs for the average American. Because
putting the zombie up there at best.
The government couldn't get to and decipher
some
what
little
drugs
extra
make
thing
sense, what drugs don't make sense,
which
what should we
spins
cover,
around
what should
here.
we not cover. So they allowed pharmacy benefit managers to do that. Within a decade, the big insurance companies went out and acquired pharmacy benefit managers. Within a decade from that date, The pharmacy benefit managers
I just needed
can negotiate rebates to themselves,
should
discounts
be not
to the
that difficult to get up.
Okay, so yeah, that's where I was trying to go with this. When I talked about 244 million in fraud in the state of Ohio, how? Where's the fraud? And the answer is the margins are made in the mystery. The more confusing the insurance companies can make it, and the more convoluted they can make it, the more profits they can make.
So
they have only a handful of levers they can pull to make money.
For context,
yeah, only 8 iron.
The Ohio Department of Medicaid uncovered a massive scam involving pharmacy benefit managers, specifically CVS Caremark and OptumRx. The PBMs overcharged the state by $244 million for Medicaid prescriptions, while paying pharmacies way less to actually fill them. It was their entire business model, and in the end, Ohio taxpayers were the ones paying the price.
So let's go over that. They can raise your copay. They can raise your deductible. They can raise your out-of-pocket expense. That's one lever. They can drive down the price of a drug that they buy at a wholesale price point. They can mark up the coverage of your care for your employer. Okay? And then they tier price. The pharmacy benefit manager gives a tier pricing. That tier pricing is not based on what drug is best for you. It is based on what drug is best for their financials. And so they prioritize drugs in a tier pricing under the misnomer to the American people that a tier 1 drug is the best drug and a tier 4 drug is not as good, right? But the truth is a tier 4 drug is not as profitable because there's a lesser rebate. And so let's go back to the insulin example. The average price of this insulin is $381 is what the Senate Finance Committee found. $381 on, I can't remember if it's Sanofi, I think, was their price. Out of that, the pharmaceutical company got less than $40. So that remaining $200-something stayed at the pharmacy benefit manager. Okay, pharmacy benefit managers are making billions upon billions of dollars a year. They decide what gets covered, what goes on your insurance plan, what your copay is, what your deductible is, and they can move any lever at any time.
Brigham goes on to expose how insurance companies manipulate drug pricing by misclassifying medications into higher cost tiers to justify charging patients more.
So, examples, let's go back to GLP-1s, right?
Let's take this away.
Diabetes medications. Those are showing up on insurance plans as tier 4 with a really high price tag. Well, you look at that and you go, man, wouldn't insurance companies want to get rid of that because it's costing them a lot? No, because they're showing that the price of a GLP-1 is $1,300. They never paid $1,300. They paid a fraction of that.
That's great.
But then they go to the patient and they say, hey, this is a tier 4 drug. You have a 50% copay on this drug. $500. Okay. So they made their money there. They made their money off the rebate from Big Pharma. Then
so
they
the
come
patient pays more than they actually
Doesn't matter
for the drug.
Correct. That is what happens on most drugs.
To end the segment, Brigham shares a story about a friend with multiple sclerosis whose treatment was supposedly $14,000 per month. The insurance company claimed to have paid $144,000 annually for the drug, using this as justification to raise premiums for his company's employee health plan. However, the reality is that insurance companies never actually paid the full price. They negotiated secret rebates on the back end while still charging his friend high out-of-pocket costs.
Then the last part of it is, my buddy who has MS, his MS treatment, I think, is $14,000 a month. We just met. I have 260-something employees across both organizations. We met with the insurance company.
Bucks.
They're raising our rates because they claim they paid $14,000 a month for his drug, right? He had a huge out-of-pocket burden on that drug, but was happy because he thought, well, hey, man, it was going to be 14 and I only had to pay X. And then they never paid the 14 because they negotiated a rebate on the back end, and then they turn around and they mark up my insurance plan for all my employees every year, year after year. It is a profit-driven system, not a patient outcome-driven system. And so that's all I'm trying to hammer home with patients. When you say, why don't you take insurance? Because insurance is the crux of the problem.
Up next, Joe Rogan and Patrick Bet-David break down the global influence of BlackRock's CEO, Larry Fink. They also discuss how Fink and George Soros use ESG ratings to control corporations in Hollywood, forcing companies to comply with their agendas under the guise of social responsibility. This is a conversation from episode number 2016.
How much, Joe, have you looked at, Larry Fink, Soros, State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock? How much have you looked at what they're doing and what their ties are?
I've looked at it.
How did they get here?
They're pretty much running everything.
Yeah.
S&P 500, the number that 88% of the companies on S&P 500, 88% of them, the largest shareholder of those companies is either State Street, BlackRock, or Vanguard. 88% of them, okay? And then you see their influence in defense contracts, okay? So we went through a deal. I'm like, let me see if these guys, this ESG, Larry Fink, Vanguard, State Street, if they have any influence on military contract, defense contracts. If you Google the largest shareholder for Raytheon, 3 out of the 4 top shareholders of Raytheon, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. It could be top 3 with Raytheon, but I think it's 3 out of 4. If you go look up General Dynamics, if you go look up Boeing, if you go look up, Northrop Grumman, okay? And then you work backwards and you say, okay, how much money is that in what these guys are doing? You'll find our, the amount of money we spend in our military, $744 billion.
Come on, guy.
How much we're making from defense, but you'll see some numbers saying last year it's 13% of our GDP, which is around $850 billion. That's more than the next 10 combined. We gave more money to Ukraine than Russia spent on their military last year.
BlackRock's influence extends across multiple industries, including Hollywood, pharmaceuticals, finance, and education. With $10 trillion in assets under management, it holds more wealth than any country except the US and China. Patrick Bet-David also highlights how BlackRock has driven ESG policies, persuading over 60 major financial institutions to adopt these standards. Together, these institutions control $70 trillion in assets, giving BlackRock an unprecedented level of global financial influence.
And when you look at these contracts, then you're like, okay, Fink is there, these guys are there. Okay, let's go look at Hollywood. Same thing you see there. Let's go look at pharmaceutical. Let's go look at this. And you're like, wait a minute. These guys essentially have a monopoly. Well, how big is BlackRock? $10 trillion. How big is $10 trillion? Only 2 countries have a bigger GDP than what BlackRock has, assets under management, U.S. and China. That's how big BlackRock is. So then they went and they started getting all these other guys to sign on and say, hey, we want you to participate with the same thing as well with ESG. And they ended up having, I think they had 31 signers. I think end of 2022, they got 60 something signers for a total of $70 trillion of assets under management that they're controlling. So now they're controlling other places.
Great.
And just recently, if you saw the rebuilding of Ukraine, did you see this contract? Rebuilding of Ukraine, $400 billion contract. BlackRock and Chase is helping rebuild Ukraine. And then, okay, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but what the hell is going on here? They have that much control to get everybody to do what they want them to do? Yes. So Dylan Mulvaney, who cares? Why? Bud Light. How does that tie up? You got the DEI, the HRC, the human rights, and all this stuff.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Even deeper, which is even the crazier part with, the education, schools. Like, the biggest union we have in America, I think it's National Education something. NEA is the largest union we have. 3 million teachers are part of that union. And you look at that and you go deeper in that with Open Society and who's funding it, who's the money behind these organizations. Comes back, Soros.
As the interview progresses, Bet-David argues that Larry Fink wields more power than the President of the United States due to his massive influence across industries. He highlights Fink's political aspirations, past financial losses, and rise to controlling trillions in assets.
We say we have
I need to block these blocks.
But really the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink today. The guy running BlackRock is really the President of the United States. If we look at the kind of influence he's got in every industry, Joe. And he's like, well, I kind of feel bad. I'm ashamed that all the weaponization, the word, ESG is being used and all this other stuff. And Elon tweeted about the ESG. I don't know if you remember when Elon tweeted about ESG, saying the S in ESG is satanic. Okay? So this is a part where even a Charlie Munger, who is Warren Buffett's partner, says, look, I love Larry Fink, but I'm not interested in having an emperor. Some words like that he said about Larry Fink. So this motive, and by the way, Larry Fink is an interesting guy because he majored in college political science. His aspirations was politics. He accidentally got into money. And he learned a trade, and then he lost $100 million at 36 years old, I think, and then he teams up with Schwartzman, and they start this company, and after a couple years, they got $5 billion under management, $8 billion, and $32 billion, and then they have a difference because, you know, he wants to give equity, and Jamie's, you know, Schwartzman's like, no, and then they separate. But influence of politics, you get into business, you're a billionaire, it's you, Soros. So I'm extremely concerned about what these guys are up to. And we think our president is the most powerful person. That person is not. Because behind closed doors, they're going to be like, look, guys, let's relax. That guy's only going to be there for 4 to 8 years. We're going to be all right. He'll be out. We're running the world. We're okay. We were running America, but now we're running the world.
To wrap up the segment, Joe asked Bet David what he believes is the true purpose of ESG and what BlackRock and George Soros stand to gain from it.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think the goal of ESG is? Why do you think they're establishing these sort of parameters? Like, why is ESG a thing, and what's the benefit of it for them?
So Schultz said something very interesting. Schultz says, look, these guys are driven by money. They're not going to do anything to destroy an economy, to lose their own money, because they want that. I said, okay, so very good. Andrew Schultz. So that's a very good point, you know, on what you're saying. Fine. So, you know how sometimes Michael Jackson, you see the interview with him with kids. Oh, they're just sleeping in the bed. That's all it is. And we're just having a great time, and we're storytelling. And you're like, yeah, bro, I get it. You know, it's a little weird. You got a 7, 8-year-old, 10-year-old kid sleeping in your bed, and, you know, all this stuff. And it's a little bit fishy what you're talking about here. It's not normal. Well, if you're in Hollywood and you've slept with as many people as these people sleep, and then eventually you have to have other options, because what else do you do? You have to try new things. How many threesomes have you had? How many this, how many that? So you start trying all these other things, and sometimes these guys go to such and such place. Doesn't matter. It's kind of weird and fishy, right? On what you want to do. Great. Okay. So why are these guys doing what they're doing? You have all the money in the world. You live in a $100 million house. Not you. Larry Fink and some of these guys. I don't know if he lives in a $100 million house, but you got the money to live in a $100 million house. What else do you need?
Right.
You got nice cars.
Okay,
Jamie
great.
Dimon's got a 900. These guys, they're presidents and prime ministers, and you tell yourself, I'd be a better president than you, bro. How the hell am I not leading the country? Or they tell themselves, you think you're a president? You're not a president. You work for me. What else is the motive?
But ESG, how does that factor?
But the point is control, is what I'm saying. So the motive becomes control more than money. After you have all the money in the world, what's next? It's got to be control or a true vision.
Up next, Chris Williamson shares an incredible story with Joe Rogan about a soldier who, despite losing an eye, having a limb amputated, and being shot multiple times, refused to die. He fought in major wars, earning the legendary title, The Unkillable Soldier. This is a conversation from episode number 2.
Oh no, I've not enough diamonds.
I've got a new man crush that I need to teach you about.
Uh-oh.
And he died 60 years ago, so it's okay. I'm sorry. So, Jamie, I think this guy might have the best top paragraph Wikipedia description in history. Can you just Google The Unkillable Soldier, and you'll see a Wikipedia entry at the top.
Great.
Is this a real human?
Real human.
When did he live?
1880 until about 1960 or so. So this guy's story, let me tell you about him, man. So he gets born in 1880 to aristocracy
already got hurt.
in Belgium, and you think he's going to go through
the
typical aristocratic route. He goes to Balliol College in Oxford. His father
so he can maybe get mining
law,
again.
And you think, right, that's the end of the story there.
And efficiency.
At 19, he decides he wants to go and see war. Sneaks away without telling his father, and literally offers himself to either the Boers or the British. The British take him. So
holy shit.
He was like, I just want to be in war. His father doesn't know. So he's away in war. He gets shot in the leg and the groin, gets shipped back home.
His father says, "What? You were supposed to be in university. You've now been shot." He's okay. Well, I'll bless this new military campaign you want to go on. He says, "I want to be redeployed." Gets redeployed again to South Africa. He was at the head of the Camel Corps, which was literally a group of people who rode into battle on camelback. So he gets shot. He gets shot in the ear, and then in the eye, and then a bullet ricochets and hits him in the same eye again. While he's leading these guys into battle, he gets sent back home. The British military say he wants to go out on the First World War. He wants to go to the front lines of the First World War now. But they said, we can't send a guy with one eye out there because it's going to look like we've got really weak soldiers. So they give him a glass eye and say, the only way that you can go back out is if you wear this glass eye. And he says, oh, okay. In the taxi, leaving the hospital, takes it out, throws it out of a window and starts wearing an eye patch. The first battle that he's in, when he rejoins the army in World War I,
oh my god,
a piece of shrapnel explodes his hand, and all that's left are two fingers hanging on by the skin of the palm of his hand, and his watch actually embeds itself in his arm too. So this is the first thing that he's encountered. Again, goes to the field hospital. The doctor declines to amputate the fingers, so he just rips them off in front of him because he's in so much pain. The arm then has to be amputated.
The story gets even more shocking. Chris describes how, despite losing a hand and an eye, Sir Adrian forced his way back into battle. Then he was shot again, this time straight through the back of his head. And as you can probably guess, he still didn't die.
So he says to the guys again, I want to be redeployed. They're like, you are now a one-eyed amputee. I want to be deployed. Battle of the Somme, his next battle that he goes into. There's reports from other soldiers seeing Carton Duart running into battle, pulling the pins out of grenades with his teeth, throwing them at the enemy, and reloading.
I'm pretty stacked, would say.
So this guy is a single-armed killer. During that, he gets shot in the... He gets shot through the back of the head. Through the head. Doesn't die. In subsequent battles... Oh, he got promoted for 24 hours before he threatened to punch his superior and then got demoted again. So he's just like this totally wild dude. Anyway, he goes through this series of different difficult military exposés. He takes over 3 squadrons who don't have a commanding officer. None of them have any communication. So he, this one-armed, one-eyed guy, decides to run back and forth between the 3 different companies, communicating his own orders. Rather than using a messenger, he just does it himself. That was what he got the Victoria Cross for, which is our equivalent of the Medal of Honor. During this time, he shot a bunch more.
Take a look at this image of the one-armed, one-eyed madman. And here's another photo of him standing next to Winston Churchill. At the time, Adrian was in his late 50s. World War I was over, and you'd think a man almost 60 years old would be thinking about retirement. Not Sir Adrian. At 60, he went back to join World War II, this time on secret missions. And what he achieved in battle as a one-eyed, one-armed veteran is even more remarkable.
You think, right, okay, this guy's just led the most insane campaign through the Boer War and the First World War. Time for him to retire. Wrong. 60 years old, in 1940, he gets conscripted and drawn back up to help run secret missions. So his first mission, one of his first missions, he gets shot down in a fjord going toward Romania. There's a German plane that shot his plane down, circling overhead. Rather than get into the dinghy, because it would be an easy target, this one-armed, one-eyed guy and all the rest of the crew just bob under the water until this German fighter plane runs out of ammunition. That goes away. He finally gets picked up. Second time he goes on the plane, this plane crash lands, and he swims to shore carrying a injured comrade who survives, one arm, but swims carrying this other dude, gets captured by the Italians. He's then part of 5 escape attempts and digs a 60-meter tunnel with one arm and a bunch of other dudes. Then he spends a full week hiding out in northern Italy, despite the fact that he's 62 years old, one-armed, one-eyed, can't speak Italian, and has covered in scars. Then he finally gets picked up and released. They said that the only thing that the Italians had left to do was to use him to enable an armistice. They wanted to no longer be a part of the war. They use Carton Duart to be an between the 2 nations. And they said, well, you've been a prisoner of war for 9 months. You don't look or smell the way that you should do. Why don't we give you a nice Italian tailor? And he rejected their offer to give him an Italian suit and said he would only wear one if they got it from Savile Row because, quote, he didn't want to look like a gigolo.
This guy's a human badger.
Up next, Bass Rutten stuns Joe with the story of Joseph Joe Greenstein, also known as the Mighty Atom. Greenstein was a legendary strongman known for biting through nails, breaking chains, and even holding back an airplane with his hair.
Oh, I didn't run
This is
through
a
here.
conversation from episode number
Okay,
139.
but here isn't anything.
But that's the same with Joel. What's his name? Greenstein? Did you ever hear about him? Oh, dude, the Mighty Atom?
No.
You never heard about the Mighty Atom?
No.
Hallelujah, man. This guy, 130 pounds, strongest man in the world. People go, yeah, right. 12 pennies, he'll bite in half, bite straight through. You go, nah, that's not true.
Let's go.
No. He has dentists and doctors. They're writing journals about this guy because it's impossible what he's doing. You give him a horseshoe, and he says, "What size, what form you want to have it?" The question mark. He goes like, he says he becomes one with it. He says, "I just become one with the metal." He just bends in front of his face. Dude,
what is
look
his
at
name?
Joel Greenstein, the mighty Atom.
So what is this from?
He stopped the plane.
1928.
Yeah, around
That's great. I'm still searching for more diamonds.
This is in the time when the Nazis came and the propaganda, and this was in New York. And there's this article about him, a newspaper article, that the police says, we came there to save the crowd from him, not to save him from the crowd, because he was staring those Nazis a new one.
Wow.
Dude.
Started wrestling, left Poland for the United States.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find it. It's just a
That's
bunch of
great.
articles about him, but...
He bit through nails, broke chains, and held down an airplane with
Oh,
his
I hate these.
Yeah, some other guy
These
tried it,
glow
he
lights.
freaking died.
He was assaulted by 6 men, sent them all to the hospital. Single-handedly beat up 20 Nazi sympathizers. Wow.
Dude, they shot him in his forehead like a .22 because the guy was in love with his wife and he wanted his wife. It didn't penetrate the skull.
Jesus Christ.
Take a look at this video of Greenstein breaking iron with his teeth. Unbelievable, right? What's even more fascinating is that his incredible strength passed... Unbelievable, right? Take a look at this video of Greenstein breaking iron with his teeth. Unbelievable, right? What's even more fascinating is that his incredible strength passed down to his sons. In 2014, Greenstein Jr., 93 years old, appeared on America's Got Talent and pulled a car with his teeth. To wrap up the segment, Bass shares a wild story about how Greenstein once bit through the instrument his dentist was using on his tooth.
Dude, his book, it's insanity. You go like, there's no way this is possible. And they go to an...
wild story about how Greenstein once bit through the instrument his dentist was using on his tooth.
Dude, his book, it's insanity. You go like, there's no way this is possible. And they go to a dentist and he checks out his teeth. And while he's doing it, he bites the metal thing that he's in his mouth, bites it in half. And the guy writes about that. What are you going to do against a guy like that?
Up next, Joe Rogan and Moshe Kasher dive into the history of sign language, how it became widely used, and the key figure behind it. They also talk about a priest who dedicated his life to making sure deaf people could communicate through signing, helping to break the stigma surrounding the condition. This is a conversation from episode number 2097.
The story of sign language is really fascinating. 300 years ago, there was no sign language. There was only the kind of sign. You were born. 90% of deaf people are born into a hearing family, right? That's just the way genetics works. Like most of the time, you don't have deaf family members. And if you were born 350 years ago into one of those families, you just didn't have language. You weren't given the gift of language, which is the thing. I mean, think about how much language plays into your own life, Joe. Like speaking and everything you know, every thought process you have is mashed through the filter of language.
Yeah.
And in that situation, you'd be born into a family and you had zero language. You would have like a gesturing system that you'd created with your dad to be able to say like pass the potatoes, and that was it.
You couldn't say how you feel. You couldn't say what you wanted to do.
You couldn't even think about how you. I mean, you could think. I don't know. I mean, I've never experienced that, but. Language is the thing that unlocks reason. It's the thing that unlocks culture, and people were stymied from that. But if you were born lucky enough to have genetic deafness in your family, so that you and your sibling were both deaf, then the two of you sitting together could create language, a language of two, right? You would back and forth between two siblings create a family sign system that would enable the both of you learning from one another to create a language.
That's great. How much can you get from
reason and think and
already
talk about
44?
how you feel, even if it was just with one person?
Communicate with the outside world.
But at least you could communicate with yourself and with one other person. I mean, the difference between
Oh
an
my God,
isolated
more
deaf
diamonds.
person and a pair of
22.
siblings
Oh my
is
God.
the world. It's freedom. It's everything.
Keisha shares the story of a French priest
23.
who noticed two deaf
Oh my
sisters
God.
communicating through gestures and recognized it as a legitimate language. Inspired, he learned from them while also teaching them French, eventually founding the first school for the deaf.
So one day, a French priest walks along and sees two deaf sisters signing back and forth to one another, and he goes, "That's language." Prior to that, deaf people weren't even considered to be linguistic. They weren't even considered to be capable of reason. But he goes, "No, I know what that is. I'm looking at language." So he goes to these sisters. His name is the Abbé de Épée, and he says, "Teach me to sign." Somehow he tells them, like, teach me these gestures to them. Teach me to sign. They teach him to sign. And his thing was he wanted them to take the catechism, right? He wanted them to be able to go to heaven. He realized, deaf people are linguistically capable, but they can't get into heaven unless they can take the catechism and confess their faith and take communion, right? Which, makes sense. If there is a God, that God wouldn't allow them into heaven based on the fact that they couldn't speak. He's like, my hands are tied here, bud. So
you have to say it.
So they teach him. And he teaches them back French. And then he starts to gather the deaf people from around the world, from around France, and he creates the first school for the deaf. Right?
He teaches them French in sign.
In sign, that's right.
Whoa.
But the priest didn't stop there. He took his mission on the road, raising awareness through live demonstrations. At these events, people would ask questions in French. The priest would sign them to his deaf students, and to everyone's surprise, the students would write back perfect answers in French.
Because sign language and spoken language are not the same. A lot of people think that, right? That, like, I speak American Sign Language, but people think, it's a translation of English. It's not. It's its complete own language, right?
That's great.
I did not know that.
So much so that the way that he would fundraise for this school is he would do like a traveling roadshow, where he would take his star pupils around France and around Europe, and they would be at like an exhibition hall. And a person in the audience would ask a question. He would say, Joe, I have a question for the deaf person. And then you'd ask them some French question, like, what degree of suffering can be borne by man, or how many creams is too many creams for a brie, or whatever. And he would take your question, sign it to his star pupils, and they would take a piece of chalk, walk up to the blackboard, and write the answer in perfect French. And people lost their fucking minds. Like, they couldn't believe it. Like, deaf people, oh my God. It, like, unlocked this whole conception of the deaf as, like, they can think, they can reason. All they need is language to be free.
As the conversation continues, Keisha explains how the French Sign Language made its way to America. Thomas Gallaudet,
Redstone.
an American educator, traveled to Europe.
They didn't even take it up, but I need Redstone even more.
He returned with Laurent Clerc, a professor from the French
can trade for
School
Redstone. I just realized you can trade for.
Founded the first school for the deaf in the US. Kasher also breaks down the origins of the American Sign Language. He explains that Gallaudet and Clerc combined French Sign Language with Martha's Vineyard Sign Language and Plains Indian Sign Language to create what we now know as ASL.
And a guy from America came over, right? And he saw this system, and he basically took their star pupil. And one of the things was the deaf would teach each other. So you would teach them sign, and then they would become educated, and then they would become a professor at this school.
That's great.
And he took like the star professor, Laurent Clerc was his name. Thomas Gallaudet was the name of the American. He came over, and he saw
49 diamonds.
And he said, "Move to America with me, and let's go do that. Let's go replicate this in America." So Thomas Gallaudet says yes. They get on a boat. They sail to America. By the time they landed, Thomas Gallaudet knew rudimentary sign, and Laurent Clerc, who was like a fucking genius, knew basically had been taught English. And they set up the first school for the deaf in America. Right?
He figured out English on a boat?
He was a genius, like a real genius, like an actual, like, lucky enough to have been, these circumstances in history where, like, the perfect man at the perfect time, like, they come here, they set up this school here, and they start to create American Sign Language. And they borrowed from these different worlds, right? They took French Sign Language as the base. Martha's Vineyard, back then, had this weird genetic anomaly on the island of Martha's Vineyard. This is like
so great.
It was just a place for Kennedys to fuck their mistresses. This was like back when it was a fishing island. There was some weird genetic thing that had happened where over the course of hundreds of years, 1 in 25 people on Martha's Vineyard was deaf. And it was this very bizarre kind of like, like almost the equality that deaf people on Martha's Vineyard felt was almost like the opposite of like what affirmative action is attempting to do, right? Affirmative action wants to correct a historic harm by changing the playing field. This was an equity of everybody was the same, because everybody on Martha's Vineyard knew either was deaf, knew a deaf person, or was related to a deaf person. So everybody, hearing and non-hearing, signed on Martha's Vineyard. It was a sign system called Martha's Vineyard Sign Language. They took some of that. They took the Plains Indian Sign Language, PISL it's called. You know that like gesture, you've seen it in like movies where the
diamonds anywhere
will gesture to each other, and you think they present it as if it's like a war language so they don't have to make noise, but what it actually was all the tribes in America spoke different languages, so they created this kind of Esperanto of the tribes, so that they could trade, they could do trade, and that was called Plains Indian Sign Language. And they took all that into like kind of bouillabaisse of a French Sign Language base, Martha's Vineyard Chaser,
it's so great.
Oh my god, on top, and they created
Stack
American Sign Language.
The conversation takes an interesting turn as Keisha describes the backlash against sign language following its success. He explains that many hearing people opposed it, believing it isolated deaf individuals and insisting they should communicate like the hearing population. Despite their initial failures, they didn't stop. The opposition intensified to the point where deaf educators were fired and sign language was banned in schools for nearly 200 years.
Almost as soon as the sign language system came out, hearing people looked at it and go, we got to get rid of it.
Cool.
The one thing that unlocked their freedom, the one thing that unlocked their minds, hearing people saw it and said, we have to take that away from them. We have to make them more like us. By doing the sign, they're creating more Wakanda. They're creating an insular, sort of closed circuit system of culture, right? And weirdly, this was at a time in American history where those closed circuits of culture were really frowned upon.
They were frowning upon deaf people signing to each other.
Deaf people signing to each other, Italians having their own newspapers, Chinese immigrants, like at that time in American history, the idea of creating like an immigrant subculture was really frowned upon. And Alexander Graham Bell, whose parents were deaf like me, had a deaf wife. He became the champion of what was called the oral system. And the oral system was, let's not allow them to sign. Let's teach them to speak. Let's make them like us. Let's make them talk normally and function normally. Let's make them like us. But it was a crazy failure. And it makes sense why, right? Like,
they can't hear the sounds.
They can't hear the sounds. Oliver Sacks said teaching a deaf person without sign is like teaching you Japanese from inside of a soundproof booth by holding up flashcards in Japanese and like putting a symbol next to it. It was like kind of doomed to failure. And then they went through this 200-year reimposed darkness. There was a trial where all the hearing educators decided the deaf people wouldn't sign anymore. They fired all the deaf educators and they pushed them out, and they created this oral system, which really, I mean, it worked for some people. But what it created was you had to be exceptional in order to be average in the deaf world. You know, you had to be a genius in order to get that oral system to work for you, because your natural mode of communication had been kind of stamped out. And then in about the 70s, deaf people started to like kind of rise up and say, fuck that, we're signing, this is who we are, this is our native language.
Up next, Joe Rogan and former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich discuss how he was set up by the FBI and sent to prison over a political deal Obama allegedly initiated.
So the thing I have is
episode number 2244.
I have gold.
The first charge that was brought against you, or can you just bring us back to the moment when you knew they were coming after?
I was elected the first Democratic governor in Illinois in November 2002, after 26 years of Republican governors. I first learned that they began to look into my administration and people around me in December of 2003, and I had been governor for 10 months, and they were looking, and I knew it, which meant we got to be super careful because these people are scrutinizing us. On the one hand, I felt good.
Please.
That puts pressure on people around me. People are doing work for me to do the legal things and not cross lines. I never imagined that the FBI and the Department of Justice and these U.S. attorneys who come out of the best schools would be so corrupt and dishonest. I felt like, okay, they'll look and see how we do things. If we make some mistakes along the way, we'll make adjustments. So they chased me for 5 years. And by the time they taped my phones, it was no surprise. There was all kinds of pressure at that time because they'd gotten a guy who was close to me and Obama, a guy by the name of Tony Resco, who they probably convicted him of things that weren't crimes either. They were squeezing him to say things about me and Obama. He wouldn't do it. They put him into solitary confinement for 3 years to get him to invent crimes again, because he wouldn't do it. This guy's a stand-up guy. Obama sold him out, and he did more for Obama than he ever did for me.
For context, Tony Rezko was a Chicago businessman and political fundraiser with significant influence in Illinois politics, backing both Barack Obama and Rod Blagojevich. However, in 2008, he was convicted of wire fraud, money laundering, and corruption, having used his political connections to solicit kickbacks from businesses seeking state contracts. Obama became entangled in the controversy due to a 2005 real estate transaction. On the same day he purchased a home in Chicago, Rezko's wife bought the adjacent lot. Later, Obama purchased part of that lot from her. While the deal was legal, Rezko was already under federal investigation, raising questions about his relationship with Obama. Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich was also arrested in 2008 for allegedly trying to sell Barack Obama's vacant Senate seat after his presidential election. Rezko's close fundraising ties to Blagojevich further implicated him, ultimately leading to Blagojevich's impeachment and removal from office in 2009. While this is the official narrative, Blagojevich maintains his innocence, claiming that the charges against him were part of a lot of gold, a lot of iron, a lot of case was a everything, pretty much. Alleging that fake evidence was used to frame him and remove him from office.
But I knew all of that. And so at the time when they began wiretapping my phones, which was late October 2008, everything I talked about doing with regard to the appointment of Obama's successor to the United States Senate, I felt it was very possible they were listening. How could they not? Because they were chasing me. They so much wanted to get me. And Obama and I both were in their crosshairs in the very beginning, but I think the politics of it changed as his political fortunes improved. It looked like he was going to be the next president. And these people, these U.S. attorneys, get appointed by the president. And these were Bush-appointed, Cheney-appointed prosecutors. And it's very unusual that the previous administration's prosecutors stay in office. When the new president comes in, they leave, as you see with Trump and the other parties, people come in. But these people stayed in, and when they arrested me, what they wanted me to do was to basically say that I was guilty of trying to sell a Senate seat, and I was trying to sell it to another guilty party, who was the guy who started the whole thing, by the name of Barack Obama, who wanted to buy that Senate seat. Because that's where the whole thing began. It was Obama on election night. He sent an emissary to me to suggest a political deal because he wanted this woman named Valerie Jarrett to be appointed to his Senate seat.
Curious about how the deal unfolded, Joe asked Blagojevich to explain Obama's involvement. Blagojevich describes how Obama reached out through a third party, labor leader Tom Balinoff, to make the request. He claims this kind of political negotiations aren't illegal, and yet he was unfairly criminalized for it, while others involved faced no consequences.
So Obama was... So how did he try to negotiate? Like, when he wanted this person to take his Senate seat, what was said? How did it go down? How do things like that work?
You use third parties.
That's great.
So that you're not... People. So he doesn't have to meet with you, so you can say, Obama asked me. You have other people, so there's plausible deniability.
To some extent, that's part of it, of course. But there's other dynamics that also... It's just a little bit easier to kind of test the mood.
Which height do we have?
If you have a third party,
we have 28.
Both the people like or respect. In this particular case, it was a labor boss by the name of Tom Balinoff. He came up to me election
Which is great.
In November 2008.
Drink something.
You voted for Obama. You and I are both guilty of that. And I was there that night. Chicago was magical, historic, and it was great in the sense that finally America, crossed a significant barrier. A black person can be elected president of the United States. Every black child growing up can now look and say, one day maybe I can be that. There's the American dream and opportunity. So in that sense, it was a beautiful thing. So this Balinoff guy comes up to me and he says, Barack called me last night. He said I was pumping gas in this gas station in the South Loop area, downtown Chicago. Barack called me last night. He said it was around, he even told me the time, like around 6:30 or 7 at night. And he asked me to come to you. He would like you to appoint Valerie Jarrett as his successor to the Senate. He wanted me to know what you want. I wonder if I can come and see you so we can discuss this. I said, sure, call me tomorrow. Now, that's totally legal and appropriate. He's not suggesting anything illegal. Obama just wants to make a political deal. But what happened was they criminalized it against me.
Joe asked Blagojevich why the feds targeted him, and he responds that his prosecution was politically motivated. He explains that U.S. Attorney Patrick Fitzgerald, who had already convicted former Illinois Governor Georgie Ryan, was determined to take down 2 consecutive governors to boost his own reputation. Blagojevich believes the case against him was built to justify years of investigation, even when no real crimes were found.
If they came to you and said Obama would like you to put this person in as senator, if you just agreed to it, you think none of this would happen?
No, I think they were going to do whatever they did to get me no matter what.
Why?
because they had spent so much time and money, 5 years.
But why did they do that?
Go.
Why'd they come after you?
I think part of it has to do with a lot of it has to do with the actual U.S. attorney. His name is Patrick Fitzgerald. He and James Comey are real close. It's this sort of FBI, DOJ type people who've become part of today's Department of Justice, and they feel like they're a power center of their own right.
How high can this go?
In American government, they are so dangerous.
I'm already high 863.
I think it was largely that. He had convicted.
They also should be a layer of dirt.
Ryan, of crimes that he had committed when he was the Secretary of State of Illinois.
Oh my God!
And so now he could be the first guy in history to get 2 straight governors, and I think it was that. I think he wanted to leverage Obama to keep him in office, so he could finish the job and get me after investing 5 years, and he came up with nothing. That's why they invented the crimes from those conversations. And if anybody doubts this, and I fully understand why people would.
Oh my God.
The question I'd ask people is, will you tell me what side is lying? The side that refuses to play 98% of the tapes that they made?
Ooh,
or the guy that's saying play them all, warts and all? There's unflattering calls where I say stupid things.
Here Spawn.
I'm angry or whatever the case may be, or I'm using profanity. They already played those. But play those tapes. What are you hiding? The side that's hiding is the side that's lying.
Up next, Joe Rogan sits down.
What are you hiding? The side that's hiding is the side that's lying.
Up next, Joe Rogan sits down with Yeonmi Park as she shares the harrowing details of her escape from North Korea. She recounts the brutal realities of life under the regime, the desperate journey to freedom, and the unimaginable hardships she faced along the way. This is a conversation from episode number 1691.
So you were 13 when you and your family.
I have so much great stuff.
Escaped.
Yeah.
How did you get out?
So that hospital, like initially my sister and I was gonna escape, but when North Koreans say when you are escaping, of course we don't have phones, we don't have a map, we don't know what's the outside world look like.
Right.
Luckily, I was living in this border town of North Korea by then. So at night, if you see the satellite photo of North Korea, it is literally the darkest place on earth.
Yes.
We don't have electricity. So I was seeing these lights coming from China. So I thought like if I go where the lights were, we would be finding some bowl of rice. So at 16, my sister left with her friends.
So great.
And she left me a note while I was in the hospital and got removing my appendix. And then as soon as I got out of the hospital, I found a note. And initially, my mom and I went to look for sister where she went. But when we found the lady, she told me that she could help me to go to China that day.
I hope
Yeonmi recounts the heartbreaking reality of escaping North Korea, emphasizing the secrecy of fear involved. She explains how families can't even say goodbye, as knowledge of an escape attempt could lead to brutal punishments for those left behind. She describes the severe torture tactics used by North Korean authorities, such as prolonged isolation, sleep deprivation, and suffocating conditions, which could break a person's mind and force confessions.
And so this was you and your mother, and you were 13 years old.
Yeah.
So how did you get across, and what was that experience like?
So I told my mom like come with me to China, and my mom was like, father is like my father.
Can I spawn on the chest?
But the thing is, the tragic thing for North Korea is we cannot even say goodbye to our loved ones. So if we got caught on the journey, and if my father knew that we were escaping, he's gonna be punished so much. So it's better off that he does not know that we are escaping for his own safety. Because they're gonna torture you to the point that you're gonna say anything. Because they do this all subconscious like torture, that they make you not sleep. In a single room has like no air, much air. If you put there for 40 days alone, you go crazy.
You cannot spawn on chest. Maybe they spawn on the crafting table.
He actually knew that we were escaping. It wouldn't go for him. He would be dead. So I told him, you cannot tell father that we are escaping. So that day we climbed up several mountains, and then we went to the riverside. But she had a connection with the guards.
Why did you not bring him with you?
Because he's a man and he was sick. And somehow she said only women can go.
Only women can go.
I did not know what she meant by that. She said you should just go with your mom. And don't even tell those people that's your mom. She said like you are like 18 or something. And my mom was something 30. So she told me that our age was different.
So and this would somehow or another help you when you were going across?
Yeah.
How would that help you?
I don't know. all she told me was this is going to be helpful.
In 2007, at just 13 years old, Yomi and her mother escaped to China, believing they had finally left their suffering behind after surviving the harsh realities of North Korea. However, they had no idea that even greater hardships awaited them. Upon arrival in China, Yeonmi's mother was assaulted by a trafficker, and they were sold separately. The conversation continues with Yeonmi recounting the trauma of assault and the difficult journey of reuniting with her family.
How did you escape from all that?
This is so the man who bought me, he was very impressed because by then I went through 2 human traffickers prior me. So by the 3rd human trafficker, nobody's virgin. They all. So he was Han Chinese and couldn't believe that I made it to him as a virgin. Because the first trafficker my mom covered. Second trafficker I fought like hell. I'd literally lose my mind. And thankfully he had his like mistress in the next room. So I didn't get, even he tried so hard, I didn't. So by the 3rd time Han Chinese, I was trying to myself. And then he said, oh, if you become my mistress, I'm gonna help you to get your family to you. But before that, he showed me the phone he had, because I never seen a phone in my life as North Korean. And he showed me, oh, this phone can take pictures, and look at these pictures I took. And in a moment, the one picture was I saw was my mom in it. And I started telling that's like my mom. And that's how he knew that I had that, the woman that he sold was my mom, and obviously her too. So he said, if I become his mistress, he's gonna get me, help me with my family. So he took my virginity to me, and thankfully he did help me. He brought my mom back from a farmer that he sold.
Great.
And he brought my sick father from North Korea. That's how I brought my parents back to me.
2 years later, Yeonmi's captor became a gambling addict and could no longer afford to provide for her. Unable to support her, he let her go. This led her to a South Korean missionary who encouraged her to convert to Christianity and stay at their shelter in China, where she could study the Bible. The missionary promised that once she became a Christian, they would help her escape to South Korea.
So you became a Christian?
Yeah.
And several months of this studying the Bible.
Yeah.
And then they eventually got you to South Korea.
They told us how to go.
How'd you do that?
Which was literally walking across the Gobi Desert into Mongolia from China.
You walked?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they gave us one compass. We had even toddler in our group. We had one father and his father and the 7 ladies and few teenagers. They told us...
you went by compass?
Yeah.
Did they give you a map?
I mean, you cannot look at the map in the desert. You don't have GPS. How do you know? Nothing tells you if you're going circle or straight or backwards. That was the horrifying thing about desert, is that it looks all the same.
Right.
Nothing tells you what you're doing. You can just keep going circle all night.
No.
And then, so they told us go
They should
follow
only be
the
able to
west
spawn up
and
here.
the north between, in that direction. And if you cross the 8-wire fences, hopefully that's gonna be Mongolia.
Hopefully.
And then you find the Mongolian soldiers and tell them that you wanna go to South Korea, not North Korea. So that means so dangerous. The chances of you making in that desert is not even like 2-3%, right? Like 90-80%.
Now another one died. That's great.
So they cannot lead us there. It's random luck. That's why they believe that God is gonna show us miracle.
How long did it take you to walk from the Gobi Desert?
It was just only one day.
One day.
But we chose that in February 2009, after Beijing Olympic. And in the frozen Gobi Desert.
But the iron farm is still way too slow. I don't like it.
So soldiers is thinking nobody's crazy enough to cross right now in this freezing time.
So that's how you can do it.
That security is lower. Other times they're gonna shoot you because in that desert nobody knows if you got killed or not.
So who would be shooting you?
Chinese or the Mongolians, both of them can just shoot you.
They would just shoot anybody walking through the desert.
It's called a shoot to order. It's like a shoot to kill order. So they don't like bother to ask who you are, just gotta shoot them right there and kill them. So we don't even have ID, none of that. So we chose a time it was frozen and cold, and even guards don't want to come out and look around. So we walking from Chinese side, but they took us to the border of China. Inner Mongolia, which was still China. From that border, we started walking towards Mongolia. And the entire day of walking, we got there. Somehow, miraculously, we didn't die from the cold.
At the Mongolian border, Yeonmi and her mother were nearly sent back to China, but they threatened to take their own lives, rather than face repatriation to North Korea. According to Yeonmi, they carried razors and poison,
I didn't think about
to end
this.
their lives instead of enduring the torture if they were caught. Faced with their desperation, Mongolian authorities allowed them to pass, and they were eventually sent to South Korea, where they were granted asylum and citizenship. Adjusting to freedom was challenging. Yeonmi had to relearn basic skills, including how to read and think critically, as North Korean education is heavily rooted in propaganda and censorship. Another shocking, yet deeply disturbing part of Yeonmi's conversation with Joe Rogan was her revelation of the horrors she witnessed as a child in North Korea.
When you were talking about going to the doctor when you were a child, and that this is a very disturbing story, but I want you to try to explain it to people, how people were dying in these hospitals and rats would eat the eyeballs of the people who were dying, and children who were starving would eat the rats. And then the children would die and the rats would eat the children. Explain what this was like, that you how did you see this?
Well, I'm seeing that the bodies on the streets like everyday thing. It was
Where were the bodies? Like just laying around on the streets?
So they are floating in the rivers, and then they also train stations.
Ja. Ja. Gut. Besser als gestern, aber ich will immer noch keine Milch und so trinken. Ich will immer noch... Ja. Was Mama, warte kurz. Mama? Mama! Also nur wir vier. Nur wir vier. Nur wir vier essen. Ja, genau, das habe ich unbedingt wissen. Das ist dann wieder so eine Aussage, dann muss ich nachher noch schauen, was ich mache. Dann sage ich, das Ja ist gerade kein Ja mehr. Oder raufbringen, einfach so. Aber weißt du, aha, das ist draussen. Aha, okay, das ist etwas anderes. Oh, that's great. So I have enough iron now for everything I want to make out of iron, but for selling iron, I still not enough. Oh, das sind so scheiße. No. Oh no. We can need more. Wow. Can I want to make more access. That's my goal. That's great. So let's go. Great. Wat doen ze hem kijkt weer naar deze kant wil ik eens even.
How many members
So
are we
great.
talking about?
That means it's pretty hard to put a number on how. I will say this:
more than 1 million.
I will say this: they defeated the Mexican army in Sinaloa.
Yeah, that was bananas.
Yeah.
When they captured El Chapo's son, and then the
It's
army gave it back.
Yeah,
we're still
They're like,
working
you
on
can
it.
have him back.
Well,
sorry.
That whole situation, and it was like I remember that was happening, and I was getting asked questions about it, and it was live. It was all of a sudden just popped off, you know. Basically, supposedly, official story from the Mexican government is that they send a special police unit to capture him, right?
Breaking 2,
which is completely false, I think, because you don't send 35 agents to capture one of the heads of one of the biggest Sinaloa cartels.
If I want efficiency for, I need even
so
one X more.
By chance, they spotted this party. People were armed there. They went there. All of a sudden, El Chapo's son is there.
So you think they just stumbled into him?
Take a look at these images of Ovidio Guzman surrendering to the authorities without resistance. However, as soon as authorities released footage confirming his capture, hundreds of Sinaloa cartel members flooded the streets of Culiacan, triggering bloodshed and widespread chaos.
I posted a video on my feed of the capture of El Chapo's son. You can see it, and you can see the
those are 14
surprise
levels.
and
That's crazy.
Really, how the agents are kind of uncomfortable or are fearful of what they just stumbled in on. Imagine U.S. agents stumbling on one of the America's most wanted individuals up here. They're gonna put him on the ground. They're gonna handcuff him. In the video, you can see that they point their rifles at him, and he calmly takes out his gun and hands it to somebody inside of the house he was in, and walks out and kind of tries to negotiate with the people outside, the federal agents that are trying to arrest him. And you can see that the agents are like, "Oh, what did we stumble in on?" Right? So that happened. They grabbed him. They reported back to Mexico. Captured him. Started to announce the capture. And his
Where's the armor?
His half-brother Archibaldo basically called in all of the reinforcements from all surrounding towns and regions in Sinaloa, and it was flooded with a bunch of armed cartel guys.
After the Sinaloa cartel laid siege to Culiacan, the Mexican government deployed the military to regain control. However, the cartel was 3 steps ahead. They attacked nearby villages and kidnapped family members numbers of the soldiers sent to fight them. When the soldiers realized their families were being held hostage, many became reluctant to engage in the battle. With the entire city in chaos and the cartel overwhelming security forces, the government had no choice but to release El Chapo's son after just 3 hours since his capture. The incident, known as the Culiacanazo, was seen as a major embarrassment for the government, showing the power of the Sinaloa cartel over state forces.
The Sinaloa cartel was basically surrounding some of their communities and holding their family members hostage. So that went out over the radio. So as an army member going in to fight the cartel, so you know what? I'm out of this fight.
Yeah.
So they raise their hands.
And so then they release the hostages. Everybody backs out.
Yeah,
that's great.
They defeated the Mexican government basically. Anything they went up against, they surrounded the city. Usually, you'll see classic Mexican cartel activity. They close off the streets going into the city by burning semis and trailers and stuff like that. So you would see all these burning semi-trailers in the region. So if you want to move in, you can't. And if you want to use your helicopters, the cartels have anti-aircraft capabilities. So
great.
They broke out a bunch of
gonna
people
take
from the
the
prison.
more iron
taking
I have.
advantage of the whole chaos.
You
could see there's a few other videos with there's armored trucks with 50 cals and Modusas on the back of them just moving around the city. There's no way you can. This is the breakout state prison. Took advantage of the whole chaos and just let's break some of our friends out. All right, so just pure chaos. Eventually, the government decided to let him go. That's the official story. But according to the people there was no government saying let him go. There was like the guys holding him and said, you know what, it's not worth it.
To close the segment, Joe asked Calderon how the people of Sinaloa managed to survive in such a dangerous environment. Calderon explains that for them, it's just a way of life. They've simply adapted to it.
That's what I'm trying to picture. What life is like for the civilians.
And most of these videos are all done by civilians, so there's a certain normalcy in some of these cases, especially in Sinaloa. It's part of it's part of the culture there. And as far as sides,
there are actually two
hey,
guns.
the army's coming to save us.
It's about two villages.
That's not
nearly.
Some people in some of these communities think because the cartels those are the guys in charge.
So has Sinaloa always been like that? Like how long has it
Sinaloa has traditionally been a cradle for like the origins of some of the more successful cartel heads, right?
Isn't that where Julio Cesar Chavez is from?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
All those emeralds I'm gonna go trade for strange. Could technically shoot myself with them. Or what does the other guy sell? The special arrows? Where is he? Here he is. He doesn't. He just buys triple Y. Wait, I think you can sell them for way cheaper than the other one. You can even glitch them. Okay, wait, you know what? I'm buying strange arrows. I want to see how useful this is. And I fight against the golem. For how long does this stay? I don't have it long. Oh, okay, yeah. It works definitely. But it would be better if that's a power pose, so I shoot very far up in the sky. Yeah. Strange arrows are not the most useful thing. And how much damage does he now do? Oh! Okay. You don't want to fight against the golem with strange. Definitely not if you don't have netherite armor. But... no. Okay. I'm going to use my axe. Because it's the safest and best way do it anyways. Great. Enough 8, I think. Okay.
Oh, he's unique. What is Finding Hitler all about? This is a show that you're on, and it's on A&E. Is that what's on?
Yeah, A&E is the parent network. It airs on History Channel, and we just had our 3rd season that just finished airing.
What's the thought process behind this? Is it legit? Because a lot of people are like, Finding Hitler, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
They found Hitler, he died.
Yeah, I mean,
not really.
We don't know.
Right.
I mean, this isn't like Ancient Aliens. This is they declassified a bunch of documents. Both the Israelis, the British, and the Germans and Americans in the past 20 years have been consistently declassifying documents. And there were a bunch of specifically FBI documents that we were spending millions and millions of dollars actively searching for Hitler after the war. As was
Really?
Yeah, like millions of dollars. Like Hoover was like, no, send more FBI agents to South America.
Because of
to
Silk
North
Touch,
Africa,
the leaves
the
drop.
Canary Islands, go to Spain, trying to find out where this guy went. Tons of real FBI documents with real leads, with real informants, some first eye accounts, saying that they physically. So, anyways, that's the show. Is us trying to find out, sift through reality and the fiction of the allure, the mystery of that asshole.
So what's the official story? The official story is that he killed himself, right?
Yep.
He killed himself in the bunker with Eva Braun.
Yep.
And is there any photographic evidence of his death or anything?
Yeah. So what the Russians got the body and they got his skull. And when they brought it back to Moscow, nobody has ever been able to independently verify who and what this body is. They let one genetic test occur, and the body with the bullet holes that they said was Hitler, and have said, and that's the narrative, that's the story, that's all the eyewitness accounts that are even in the vicinity of collaborating with each other and corroborating each other's testimony. Like the closest version, because none of it seems to be very accurate, is that, okay, here's Hitler's skull, and when they did the genetic testing, it's that of a 35-year-old woman. So they're like, this isn't Hitler, but they've said for the past 80 years that this is Hitler. So, okay, first, before we start throwing stones at Russia, let's go back to 1945, April, in Berlin. You have the Allies coming in, wrecking shop, dropping bombs, blowing everything up they can in every single which way. You have the Russians coming in from the opposite direction. They don't even have enough guns to arm all their soldiers. So if they have 200 guys, or 200,000 guys, they have 100,000 guns. If the guy in front of you dies, you just pick up his gun. That's what's happening in April of 1945 in Berlin. So the noose is tightening. There is it is chaos, anarchy, pandemonium. This is hell on earth, is Berlin 1945. So I don't know if you could get a real story, the way that we do it now, where we have these forensic experts that come in and document everything, and we look at all the different testimonies, say this is exactly how. It's not CSI. This is 1945 Berlin. It's crazy. So I don't know.
So there was no absolute proof.
No.
And a lot of Nazis did escape and go to South America.
The majority of anyone with power. The Nuremberg trials were not a witch hunt, but it was to close a chapter so we could start moving forward with communism. That's what it was.
That's crazy.
The threat of fascism, the threat of Hitler, the threat of killing all the Jews, the threat of world domination by the Nazis, that threat's gone. What's the next threat?
Communism.
It's communism.
Right.
So that had to be a closed chapter of our history so we could focus our resources and our efforts to what inevitably was going to, the wall goes up. We have East and West Berlin. We're already looking at Korea. mean, this happens almost overnight.
Right, very quickly.
You know, when Patton's like, no, homies, we need to go all the way to Moscow. This is not the end of our war, and we didn't listen to him. We then have been, fighting communism for the past 75 years.
So the ones with power that went to South America, I know a bunch of them went to Argentina, but they think they went to Honduras and a few other places. Where do they think they wound up?
So what you had in South America, both Chile and Argentina back to back had fascist regimes. You had Perón, who was part of the Nazi Party starting all the way back into the mid-30s. He's the president of Argentina. So the Red Cross, they were there was about 3 different route lines that guys were able to successfully get out of Europe into South America. And there's no question that we're talking thousands, if not tens of thousands of high-ranking Nazis made it there.
Tens of thousands?
Tens of thousands. And I'm not talking like little soldiers. I'm talking high-ranking Nazis, officers, guys like Joseph Mengele and Adolf Eichmann. I mean, these are the most disgusting, despicable humans to exist at the time. If Hitler is dead, Joseph Mengele is the guy that would take syringes full of blue ink and inject them. You have blue eyes, Joe, or you have brown eyes. Let me see if I can make them blue.
Oh, wow.
And then take twins and start torturing them to see if one would feel the pain. That's Joseph Mengele. I mean, that's the guy that then in South America was helping high-ranking Argentinians have abortions, and he set up. Have you seen the movie Colonia?
No.
About Colonia Dignidad, which is, if you're listening right now, I almost warn you not to Google it because it was a torture camp that was started by Joseph Schaefer, a Nazi, and Joseph Mengele, the doctor of death that escaped trial in Nuremberg and made it at the behest of Perón into Argentina. He set up the hospital at Colonia Dignidad, which was another safe haven for more Nazis in South America. Golda Meir and Ben Gurion, the presidents of Israel, they took the gloves off and they were just sending assassins to try to find these people and kill them. But what you got in South America were isolated German-only communities. You could go into Bariloche, Argentina, and I'd be like, "Buenos dias, amigos," and they're like, "Guten Morgen." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I meant good morning. Yeah, sorry, it's 2017, right? I thought we spoke Spanish here."
So, in 2017, you were there and they were speaking German.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's great.
Well, I don't look very. I might look more European than I do. So it's just them seeing me walking down the street and be like,
"Wow."
Yeah. And there's tons of communities. I mean, if you go to Colonia Dignidad, which is now called Villa Bavaria,
I have so much
Bavarian
village.
village.
That's crazy.
It is only German.
Whoa.
In the center of Chile, in the mountains of Chile. Like there's no Spanish being spoken there. It is exclusively German.
And these are the descendants of Nazis.
Powerful Nazis.
Holy shit. And this is going on right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what are these communities like? I mean, what's their ideology? Are they...
I mean, they're pretty white.
Yeah, but are they like... I mean, do they espouse Nazi values? Or
not openly. So, Colonia Dignidad, if you look at the second generation, there's a bunch of... So, it was a huge problem for Chile that they tried to hide for years. And they got so much power from the torturing that they did at Colonia Dignidad on a whole bunch of other high-ranking South American dictators that they are almost untouchable. And this is, I mean, you'd blow your mind if you look into this, Joe. You'd love it. But the second generation, the kids, like the grandkids, sometimes they're even more fanatical than the original generation. Have you ever seen this? Where like if somebody's away from, like when you travel abroad, man, it's so cool to get into the culture and get into the food and get into the, like you're dancing this style and you love the flag and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go to a soccer game because we don't go to soccer games in America, and then I'm gonna go. But then maybe after like 2 months, you kind of miss home, and then like a year, like you really miss home, and then 10 years, like you really miss home. And you see the same thing in the United States where it's not really a perfect assimilation. It's not the melting pot where you see generations that are espousing to be more like their ethnic heritage than they are American. You know, they're flying the Irish flag and like I'm Irish. Well, it's just times 1,000 with these communities because they're exclusively German.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Kind of weird.
So exclusively German and really missing home.
Yeah. Yeah. So
70 years later.
The second generations I was talking about, some of them came to the United States and were high-ranking white supremacists that are now in jail, in prison, for their racial crimes.
And they came out of South America.
They came out of Colonia Dignidad. They came out of Bariloche. They came out of
Holy shit.
Cordoba. They came out of Misiones. They came out of,
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy. So that's the show, Hunting Hitler.
Fucking A, man.
It's a trip.
How many people are we talking about all told in South America that come out of this? I mean, tens of thousands went there, but how many German communities and how big are they?
We maybe have 50 German communities.
50?
Yeah.
How many people, if you had to guess?
A few 100,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
A few 100,000 descendants of Nazis.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and man, it's weird when you walk into somebody's parlor and it's like you're stepping back in time into Europe. Like I'm walking in, it's 2017, and I'm walking in Buenos Aires, Argentina, into somebody's parlor, and all of the tile is European, and all of the style and all the art is very German. You know, we have like deers and not like red stags. We're talking German everything, things that Hitler loved. And that's the style, and that's everything. And then they come out and like with white gloves, they're holding their grandfather's memory box. And inside of it are his war medals from, you know, when he was in the SS or when he was, and it is the respect,
that's great.
I don't even know the
reverence.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's like it's like this is a gift from the Pope that they're holding in their hands. White gloves. No, I can't. First of all, Tim can't touch it. But I can appreciate it. And then they tell me the story of every single one of these things and how he got there, and how he then went and worked for the Buenos Aires News.
You can't touch anything.
No, they wouldn't. No, because like
you're dirty.
I'm dirty.
Dirty American.
Look at these. This is.
You're too brown.
Yeah.
Right.
Fuck, man.
So we followed the first 2 seasons. It was really just unraveling the rumors of what happened to Hitler. The third season was my favorite because I actually got to do real work. They said, okay, I got the second season. I got to bring in more special forces guys, a CIA targeter, Nadia, who helped my unit kill Zarqawi in 2006. This is the team that is now looking at real evidence, trying to figure out, okay, how did we find bin Laden? How did we find Zarqawi? We looked at their associates and we looked at how they moved. We looked at how they communicated. We looked at what routes they were using to get to and from places. And then we just started tightening the noose. And that's exactly what we did in this third season was, okay, let's start following the Adolf Eichmanns. Let's start following the Joseph Mengeles. And let's start following the Skorzynskis. Hitler's personal bodyguard that was a colonel in the SS that went on to work for everybody after the war, fighting. I mean, fascists do not like communists. So this guy was working for everybody to include the CIA, fighting fascism in South America, or fighting communism as a fascist in South America in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
That's great.
Creepy stuff.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, now I've 32 again.
Hunting Hitler. Are there any legitimate eyewitness accounts of Hitler in South America? Or potentially legitimate?
Absolutely, potentially.
Whoa.
Yep. Eyewitness accounts. I saw him get off a boat. I saw him meet here. And if it was just some person saying it, it's almost meaningless.
Right.
But if you look at the context of who this person is, the wealth that they have that they shouldn't have, like, can you explain how you got so rich in 2 generations? You know, like, okay, your grandpa got here from Germany in 1946. That's weird.
Oh, I'm just in that one.
And he's on a legitimate visa with an Argentinian passport. Also weird. And now he's a war refugee that's now worth millions of dollars. How does this work?
No, what happened?
So
Oh,
but
here he
people,
is.
and then this is the hard part, people want to be connected to significant events, and especially in small rural areas of the world. Developing areas, like they're so they're so
why
little
are there
happening.
3
They want to be
librarians?
attached to something massive.
There's one.
And like the fact that they saw a U-boat land on this beach, and the hatch opened, and these cars were sitting there, and they were doing Morse code,
weird.
and this guy gets off, and he had this little mustache. You're like, well, for U-boats can't beach. That's not how that works.
Right.
But you know what they're trying to do. They just want to be connected.
Yeah.
So, and now we're removed 70 to 80 years from the facts. It has been painful to try to use real science, real investigative tools to try to sift through.
Now where's the librarian?
Lore,
Yeah, he's still here.
I mean, you've been studying this for how long now?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
If you had a guess, if you had like $1 million, you got to put it on one side or another. Did he go there?
Oh, that's the reason. Okay, I'm getting.
Yeah. Whoa. Jesus Christ.
I would say, man, that's the first time I've ever said it flat out like that. What I want to say is, the way history is written is wrong. That's clear. There's no way that we can say he died on this day. This is what happened. Here is his body.
Well,
and
I don't even want to add this now.
For sure,
because for reasons of levels.
that they were saying was Hitler is definitely not Hitler.
It was absolutely not Hitler. That's a fact.
So
there are some right ways to put items.
So then our other option was, okay, is it Eva Brahms? Did they just grab the wrong body, right? So there are still descendants of Eva, and we tried to have them allow us to do it. Then we tried to go through like.
And they can get DNA off of the skull?
Yeah.
There's meat on it?
I need to replant.
Like a tooth. Yeah.
Okay.
And but they wouldn't consent to it. So then we tried to do, like where people have like the tree, their ethnic tree.
Yeah.
What's those websites called?
23andMe?
Yeah. There's like a bunch of them.
Right.
We tried to go that route, but
they wouldn't consent to it.
No.
The Eva Braun's family.
No. They just want it gone.
They just don't want to.
Yeah. They were super pissed that we even found them.
I'm sure.
Which was hard. Which was really hard.
Just hold them down, get them to spit in a bucket.
Yeah. I know. I
mean,
or pull their trash and pull stuff out of there. No, I would totally not do that.
Definitely not do that.
But
I mean, that's how they caught the Golden State Killer, right? It was off of a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
They got DNA off a cigarette butt.
So history's wrong. For it to be black and white like that. And again, if you go back to 1945, we needed scientists. We needed every single German electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, aerospace, anything.
Yeah.
You're on the V2 program. You know.
Tough.
We
No,
want
again,
all
it's
of you, because now it's a race. It's a race. We have the bomb. Now we need delivery systems. Now we need to get to the moon. Now we need to, like all of those things are real time. It's a war.
We can already sell again.
A war of science. And we got all those scientists.
Can you go away?
The Russians didn't.
Well, they got some.
Some, not very many.
Operation Paperclip was what brought over what Werner von Braun, who was, when you talk to Jews that were in Berlin during the time that Werner von Braun was running his rocket program there, he would hang the 5 slowest Jews in front of the rocket factory in Berlin just to give everybody motivation to work harder.
Yeah.
It's a Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. He was a Nazi, straight up Nazi. And there's apologists that say, no, he was a scientist. He was forced into doing that. Like, that's like, okay. He's a Nazi.
Yeah.
There's photographs of him wearing Nazi garb, hanging out with Nazis. His rocket factory killed Jews. Like, these are all undeniable facts.
Except the war ends and they're not Nazis anymore.
Exactly.
That's not how that works.
Exactly. But they were forgiven because they came over and contributed to our rocket program.
I'm not that good of a human. I don't have that in me. I don't have that like, okay,
it's slippery,
you're forgiven.
Man.
Oh, he can already buy again. It's so great. I love those villages that they don't make inflation. They still have very cheap prices, which are very great. Although I'm always telling them one thing, all the time, every time, I sell them only one thing, which is just a lot of sticks, and they still like them. And they still. Come on, you can eat some more. Hey, no, they don't. He doesn't wanna have more of them. So okay, I now wanna beat the Ender Dragon. For this, I first gonna take some blaze powder. But let me first buy some bread, or let me buy this one here. Then merge with my other one because I already have one of them. Then I have Unbreaking 4 Fire Prot 3. Okay. And yeah, that's what I'm. Oh, you don't sell anything else which is extremely needed for now. So let me put those together to get a tough one. This I'm gonna put in here in this use for now. It's the same, just has no status touch. Yeah, it's looking good. The one thing I need is I need more food for this. Let's say take out 6 emeralds and buy someone by a farmer. Now we have more bread, which is also very much needed. We need this, and we need yeah, that's great. Okay, I'm happy if we go to the Nether after so long. Next try. Good thing is this time I could easily get full diamond again. Just some blocks in a, which I should probably have. You don't know what happened the last few times. I didn't die. I never died because of the mob itself, just because of the terrain. So. And yeah. Now I need to mine. I can actually mine straight up here, I think. I don't even need to go through the cliff. It would make sense if I would come out here at the top. And yeah, I do. Okay. The thing is, from the fortress, it is very annoying that the river skeletons are so strong. I don't like them at all, just because of the fact. Like a mob like this is not that dangerous. You just kick it off and finish. But if the river skeleton hits you once, you are gonna be damaged for the rest of the time. So like the damage is just stays there. Now, I'll turn this back down. I don't want mobs to spawn anywhere else than here in the middle, and I want a lot of places to spawn. So yeah. Take this area out, common places. Already have one. Also have this one. I'm not dumb. I can see it. On the other side, did there some blazes spawn? In fact, they did. Yeah, he is down. 3 blaze lots. Let's go. Then there are blazes again. No, you bastard! You burned all your blaze lots. Oh, none of them dropped. This is also a possibility. Five blaze rods. Oh, he's here again. Come on. You cannot. Why did he attack me melee? Oh, a blaze from farther away is shooting at me. Yeah. You can go. Come on, some blazes again. I know you want to spawn. Yeah. Why are they always flying up? Oh, let's go. At least he dropped. Yeah, I knew this spawn. I kind of had the feeling. You could have just flown over it. Through here, but okay. 8 is not enough. I need some more. Okay, do this. Still one left here, right? 9 is enough, actually. But let's get some more. Okay, they are not spawning right now. Then I go to the other side. And the good thing is, if you kill them fast enough, they have no, they just, yeah, then they are just less dangerous. Only one? Okay, underground. There also is one. No. One, two. Just need some bread. 12, okay. Let's go to 16. Just so we have some additional rods. Just you two. Come fast. Heh. Okay, I thought I saw one there. Nope. $14. 2 to go. Ah, come you two spawn and drop. You. You drop. Let's go. 17 already. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh, again, there's where I died. Here's where I died. Because there were just too many mobs. Okay, even dropped the blood rod. This time it looks like there are less mobs than last time. This time it looks like I came out alive. Which is surprising. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the right direction. Yeah. No, wait. I come from here, and is this straight up where I dig out of? Or where is this? Right, let's go this direction. Let's see. Ooh, doesn't look like it. Okay. And let's just short run with our coordinates. So it doesn't really look like it makes sense here. And let's run. I can't really see shit with this shitty glass thing over there. But I didn't went through here. I also didn't went through here. So where exactly did I go? I think I came out somewhere around here. Then I come out, look at this. Wait, that's not the direction where I come from. Oh my god, that's the wrong direction. Whew, okay. Heal up. Get some blocks. Good that I have such a good memory. Like I'm just like so my pathfinding in life is just so good. In the Minecraft, it's apparently also very good. Now no place should shoot. Whew. Okay. Oh, whew, we made it out alive. We did it. And there's you, yeah. And here should it be? No. Wait. I think let's get some levels. Let's Let's go into a boat and then drive. Okay. Just taking some of this with me, but I know I don't even need this. If I beat the End Dragon, I anyways gonna have a lot of levels for a short amount of time on the course until I use all of them. But yeah, I'm gonna put the level farm after that. Oh, good that we took a place with more, so we can make a brewing stand, which could be very helpful in a lot of cases. Wait. Oh man. Huh. Huh. Wait, where is my dear guy which sells? No. You're prisoners. I realized it one time and accepted it. If you're not allowed to get out here, you shouldn't be trying to, because it's not getting better than this. So this, 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 this. Now you. Oh, I already used all of them. Okay, we have 41 of them. Then we go to the other guy, which sells tools. Buy a pickaxe. And then we still need to craft one. Then we go up. Oh, so good that I got this fortune thieving here. So good. Craft a pickaxe. Diamond one. And put it into the enchanter. Which then efficiency 2 is what you need, yeah. Efficiency 2, I'm praying to exactly. That's the perfect thing. Then this. Fortunately, efficiency 4, unbreaking 2. Yeah, great pickaxe. Very great pickaxe. And we're gonna put it in here. Now I need a lot of emeralds, and I need ender pearls from a villager, which is a 50% chance to giving me the emeralds. I think you crafted with 3 cobblestone, right? 1, 2, 3. Just taking some more in case you need like a little bit more. But in my memory it was like that. Yeah, and it's still the right thing. Great. Then we just need a village to take this job here. I wanna buy redstone. That's perfect. I wanna buy redstone anyways. Just not right now. No. Of course, of course. And the golem stops me from doing anything. Okay. Nope. Where are you? So, all of you know. You need to go. Where are you? No, you can not go in there. It's not your job. You need to go in there. That's your job. That's your destiny. Please, just do it, man. Okay, now exactly. Now come a little bit here. Oh, emeralds, come on this side. Oh. Oh, come on, man. No. 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 I wanna have lapis too. Okay, this guy is so easy to level up, and you even get cool things by doing it. And I can give you gold for emeralds. I can give you gold. I have a lot of gold, which I don't need currently, and I'm gonna trade this anyways. If I trade this with Piglin or not is pretty doesn't really matter for me. Now 12 emeralds from this. Oh my god, that's a fast way of making emeralds. Especially for like some byproduct. Like I'm not going to mine for gold. Like I'm just getting gold because it's just something you get. I'm going to mine. Now you. Nah. Want to level up you. Wait. Oh, please don't. Oh. Oh. No. He's saying he's the one who buys glass bottles. Mate. That's so dumb. Okay. I have 2 glowstone, which I can embed here for light. Ah, he likes this other, right? Like that. So now we need to make a little bit of space here, you know. What do you sell? Piercing 3. But I think I took this guy because I can sell in paper. I need the other cleric. Well, this was close. Luckily they did not hit him. Very, very lucky.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yes.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Wernher von Braun. They had Wernher von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them out front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So we were willing to put a lot of really dark things aside in order to gather up the best scientists so that the Soviet Union couldn't get them all. And they got a few of them as well. But we got how many? More than 1,000, right?
Allegedly 1,400, but I would not be surprised if, the story changes and there were more, right?
Yeah.
But that goes back to our discussion earlier
They want
about
more.
being in pole position. I mean, that's why we grabbed
Redstone
those
is great.
Nazis. We were like, if we don't get them, the Russians will.
I get it. And, and I'm sure the Nazis could say, I didn't want to do it. They made me. I'm a nice person. I love Jews.
Well, that was part of the mythology. It was like, we got the good Germans. Well, no, we didn't. We got the top Germans, and who do you think the top Germans were?
Yeah.
They were coveted by Hitler, Himmler, Goring,
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were right. I mean, there were guys that we grabbed out of the docks at Nuremberg, literally, to come be part of our program,
Well,
One of these
if you're
guys.
smart, you're an asset, right? I mean, that's what Genghis Khan used to do. He'd take warlords from the other side and capture them and go, listen, just come over here, bro. Come on. Work for me. I'm the man.
I mean, ideology aside, I'm super smart and I want that to be known. That's kind of that's the competitor, right? I mean, you cannot be the best rocket designer in the world and not want those talents demonstrated. That's Werner von Braun's story. That's the story of all of them. And that was so shocking writing that book, because it's like, wow, huge amounts of talent, but how far will the competitor go to see their baby come to fruition? What are they willing to put aside?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Did you pay any attention to the other places where Nazis went when they escaped Germany, like Argentina in particular? Have you ever seen any of that stuff? Where they have entire German towns down in Argentina.
Right.
They do Oktoberfest down there. They wear lederhosen. They drink out of steins. It's crazy. They speak German. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, my friend Tim Kennedy went down there, and he said he was literally talking to people, interviewing people, and they had photos of SS soldiers on their wall, and they would talk about how grandfather was a hero, and they're like, you're the descendants of escaped Nazis, and they put together a town down there.
I mean, the way the Nazis were able to flee is I can't read enough of that. I mean, that's what Jamie and I were talking about. It's like,
dark.
Oh my God, and it's endless. I mean, they're so, the ones that there was a famous guy that we got. He was the Surgeon General of the Third Reich. I mean, think about that, okay? Dr. Walter Schreiber. I mean, he was such a bad dude.
Oh.
He was in charge of the vaccine program. I mean, you just put those words together and your mind goes really dark, right? But we wanted him because he was an expert in vaccines, and we brought him to the United States. He was the only Nazi I found of the ones, the paperclip scientists who came here, that was actually outed, right? He was outed as a Nazi, and that's because one of the investigators at the Nuremberg trials recognized him.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's the only one we got out of here. And guess where he went?
Argentina.
And lived out the rest of his life there.
The show was called Finding Hitler. They were trying to find evidence that Hitler somehow escaped. It was really a bullshit premise of the show, but what was interesting is that there were thousands and thousands of Nazis. But what was interesting is to find evidence that Hitler somehow escaped. It was really a bullshit premise of the show, but what was interesting is that there were thousands and thousands of Nazis that made it to Argentina.
So now
set up
you're
shop.
here.
It's throughout South America. There's a lot of Germans down there. It's kind of weird.
If you can imagine me on book tour of like the kind of questions I get, because we're talking, right? Having written books about Area 51, Nazis, right? Assassins.
How are you still alive?
People. I mean, just last night I was at a book giving a signing, and people are like, "Is Hitler really dead?"
Oh God.
I mean, that right?
Well, if he was alive, he'd be the oldest man alive.
Right?
Can you imagine? He was probably like, how old was he during World War II? He had to be in his 40s, right?
He'd be hundreds, I mean, no, but right? Or they say he cloned himself.
He'd be 160 years old.
He'd be 120 now.
That's what he'd be?
1889.
Oh, Jesus.
Jamie knows.
That's an old man. I mean, there's been 120-year-old people, but fucking pretty rare. Yeah. So Operation Paperclip was not even publicly acknowledged until what was it, like the 90s? Like when did it become public? I think it was through the Freedom of Information Act,
Yeah,
was it?
It was this very intrepid journalist named Linda Hunt who.
Shout out to Linda.
Yeah, I mean she broke the story. That's what's amazing. I mean, as a journalist, you're always writing on the shoulders of those before you, right? And she had it really hard because she did a Freedom of Information Act request, got all these documents that no one had ever seen. And then the government sent her a bill for $125,000.
Why do you take a job? You are
and
not
she had
even
to spend
here.
a lot of time. This is what I understand. I never interviewed her, but for Xeroxing.
Okay, he's also buying gold.
What?
Yeah, I just love that detail because it's such a covert way of getting someone's
Which I can
stuff.
bring you.
It's like, okay, here's the information we had to give it to you, but now here's your bill. Imagine if the government's coming down on you for $125,000.
Yeah, see, that would make me want to call a bunch of rich people and go, hey, let's all just donate $1,000 to this lady.
And it's a different world now. You could do that. You could do a GoFundMe campaign.
100%.
You know? But my God, in the 80s and the 90s, you were just like out on a limb.
Yeah, they would crush you financially.
Right?
We actually had this very same discussion yesterday with my friend Phil Demers, who's being sued by Marineland.
Okay.
And because of he was a walrus trainer and
I hate to play the low stone again. I don't want to.
How horrific. It wasn't Blackfish. That's SeaWorld, but SeaWorld is actually, the way he says, it's a day in the park compared to Marineland. Marineland's a horrific place in Canada. And anyway, they have been trying to squash him with legal fees by dragging out his case. But we set up GoFundMes, and all his legal bills get paid for from people that want him to win the good fight. And this is this is an option today that wasn't available to Linda when she was exposing this. $125,000. You assholes! Like she should sue them for misappropriation of funds. Like, does it cost you really $125,000 to print those things out? If it does, you guys should be in jail. Like that's like with like those $10,000 hammers that they have in the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she gets
Let's
all
go
this
finally.
And does the government immediately acknowledge?
And the pearls are great.
No, I mean, she wrote the first book, and it was just stunning. And you know,
what year was this?
Late 80s, early 90s.
Okay.
And you know, then more gets revealed because they gave her a certain amount. I mean, I filed a bunch of FOIAs. There were releases. I went to Germany.
FOIA meaning Freedom of
Information Act. Yes. Then I went to Germany and looked in their archives with like a fellow, a German PhD who had you know real access to stuff and was able to translate for me while we were there looking. I interviewed a lot of grandchildren of Nazis and children of Nazis. And, you know, I mean, this one extraordinary, oh my God, there's a guy, I told you about Schreiber, right? I'm on the narrative level, humans acting, I'm so interested in rivalry and competition, right? As a concept, because this is what America does to be the best, and also as humans, right? Because people are like that, they're built like that. So the Nazis had rivals amongst themselves, and Schreiber's rival was Dr. Blum, who was in charge of the biological weapons program for Hitler.
That's great.
Okay, and Blum had a son, and Blum was prosecuted at Nuremberg. You can see a picture of him with a big dueling scar. You know, he was a bad
I'm not
dude.
sure if you can tell.
Dueling scar?
Dueling scar.
Duel like a sword duel?
Sword fighting. It was like among the Nazis, they would duel with one another when they were younger students. And then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it even more pronounced because it looked ferocious.
Really?
Pull up, Jamie, pull up
I got a couple. What's his name?
Well, you can pull up Dr. Blum, Blome, but also
look at that big ass scar on his face.
And also you can if you pull up Kurt Debus, who was the director of our JFK Center. He was NASA's von Braun's number 2. He had a huge dueling scar, and yet when you look at there he is right there. Knowing what we know now, it's like, come on, you're trying to tell me that guy's not a hardcore Nazi?
So those guys had dueling scars on their faces.
Yeah, you see him?
How often did they duel?
Well, when they were in
college.
Did
they do it to the death?
No. It was like on guard.
Oh,
and then they would
fencing.
Fencing.
Oh, this guy had it too.
Yep.
How did they not get poked in the eyes?
Oh, I guess that was the gentleman's rule.
How do you Listen, you're going for the cheek, you hit the eye. Like, that's happens all the time. I mean, they must have cut a lot of eyeballs out.
I haven't seen any photographs of missing eyeballs, but there's a lot right on the cheek.
Where's
so
my
maybe
guy?
that was the whole point. It was actually just a bit for show.
Oh.
Right?
How weird.
But it was a
badge of honor.
It was a badge of honor. Yeah.
There's more.
But
wow, so they all had it on their face.
Yeah.
It's all in the same spot. Dueling scars.
Yeah.
Wow.
So imagine,
they
like,
wanted to have these scars.
That was a
Jesus Christ. Oh, they had goggles on.
Oh, there you go. That's how they didn't take out the
Academic
eyeballs.
fencing, it says.
I could
fencing. So what they were
I could tell
essentially doing,
50 diamonds.
Fencing
That's
matches
not, that's
with
not,
real swords,
that's
not
not
with
a,
ones with tips.
Okay.
It's not a profitable.
They're cutting their faces up. Fuck, man. Oh, Jesus, look at this guy's face. Yikes. Wow, dueling cults. That is crazy.
So when you consider, like, that people did not know about that, and then you've got these Germans walking around America as part of our space program and our science programs, and these are the good Germans. I mean, now you really have to say to yourself, come on, guys.
They were all Nazis.
Right?
Big ass fucking scars on their face.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's dark, man.
OG Fight Club.
Yeah, right. OG.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Super OG. Yeah. God, it's crazy. Wow.
So I go to interview. Sometimes you, as a journalist, you can get amazing information from.
Look at these guys. Oh my God. They're sliced up.
History of European martial arts.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, I mean, that is a martial art. I mean, it's an art of war. It really is. Sword fighting is a martial art. I mean, many martial arts have weapons. Ugh. Sorry. So you go to interview these people.
So to piece together the story,
Yes.
right? I can't tell
Cool.
you, others can.
So many
Sometimes
religions.
To find
That's
out
cool.
more about the Nazis, I went to Germany and sought out some children of these top Nazis to see if maybe they didn't have journals or anything they might share with me. And one of them was Dr. Blum. His son, I tracked down, I found him.
That's right.
And he said, yes, you may come visit me. And it was such a remarkable journey. It was like he lived in the Black Forest. I had to take like a taxi through the mountains, up over the hill, down through the valley, into a courtyard behind a church to Dr. Blum's house.
Right.
So he was the junior to his father, who was this horrific Nazi. I mean, a top Nazi had favor of the Fuhrer, wore what was called the Golden Party Badge, right? Hitler gave out these little buttons. Blum's was, I believe, number 6. So that's how favored he was.
Wow.
And his son, Dr. Kurt Blum, whereas the father was in charge of the biological weapons program. So his plan was to, murder people with biological weapons from nature, right? The son had been a medical doctor, but had left the profession to cure people with flowers. It's called Bach flower therapy. So he was this very interesting individual who had never given an interview before, and he agreed to let me come to him. So I go on that journey, I go to his house, and he was remarkable. I mean, he was so interesting. Talk about the sins of the father, I mean, my God, what he had as a burden, right? And I asked him to tell me everything he could about his father, and he did. And then he asked me to tell me what I knew about his father. I had information from the German archives about his father that he did not have.
Like what kind of stuff?
Like that his father had given something. I'd just come from this archive and found these documents. Dr. Blum ordered that 6,000 tubercular Jews be given Sonderbehandlung. That's the German word. What does that mean? Special treatment. There's a euphemism for you. That was kill those 6,000 tubercular Jews.
When you say tubercular, is that people with tuberculosis?
Yes, they were suffering from tuberculosis. And Dr. Blum worked closely with Himmler.
So?
And they just decided to kill them. And, sitting there talking to this man, telling him about his father at his request was remarkable. And then he's telling me what he knows. And then as I'm getting ready to leave, he says to me,
so cool.
I'd like you to have these. And he takes down from his incredible bookshelf. He himself had written 8 books, right? And he takes down these books and he hands them to me. And they're in these wrappers, and I can see that they have Nuremberg
That's so cool.
Nomenclature on them. And what they are is they're his father's documents from his Nuremberg trial. And I'm like, I can't take these. I thought he meant take them back to my hotel room, look at them, and then, bring them back the next morning when we were doing the next interview. And he said, no, I want you to have them. And I was like, I can't have them. And he said, I don't want them, and you should have them. And he gave them to me. So I had this stack. So I was like,
that's great.
On my trip home, it was so perplexing because I threw out all of my clothes. I was like, screw the clothes. I mean, I travel with a carry-on bag, right? So in my carry-on bag, all I have is this Nazi paraphernalia that was in Germany. That is Dr. Blum's, the Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich's documents from Nuremberg covered with swastikas.
Oh my God.
I mean, he was acquitted at Nuremberg based on all these documents, okay? And by the way, based on human experience. And I'm at the airport and I realize suddenly, oh my God, swastikas, like this is illegal. If they go through my bag, I'm going to be arrested. I'm carrying these incendiary.
Right. Do you have any copies of your book on you? So you can say, I'm a journalist, but other books.
No. I was just like holding my breath.
At least one.
Joe, I was sweating almost as hard as I was sweating at the beginning of this interview. Right?
I think you're sweating harder.
I was. I went through, because, I was like, wow. I went through, no problem. Got home. I have them in my office.
So they didn't check anything?
Nope. They didn't say boo.
Lucky you didn't go through Israel.
Well, you know what? It's not, the swastika is not outlawed there, but it is in Germany. You may not have any Nazi paraphernalia whatsoever. In fact, my paperclip book, which has a swastika on it, had to be redesigned, the cover for the German publication. And it just has like broken up images of the Nazis because you cannot reproduce that image in Germany.
I'm not pro swastika, but it's so strange that we've given so much power to this design that you can't even see it. It used to be, there's a temple out here that I believe it's a Hindu temple, and it was a part of Hinduism. That this swastika predates World War II. It predates the Nazis. It predates their sort of reclaiming of it. And this building that was built out here in I think it was built in the 1920s, has swastikas on it. There's a big plaque.
I think I need a second tower.
I know they have it at a different angle.
Not enough iron.
But I mean, talk about branding, right? I mean, my God, and the Nazis were, kings of that. I mean, they were
not only that, the mustache. That guy killed that mustache. There's not another thing like that.
But he didn't kill the dueling scar. Right? That could come back.
Do you think?
No, not after your show. What do you have, 4 million viewers?
Probably.
Right?
But people don't think about it that way. They don't think about the dueling scars being a Nazi thing.
No, that's what I find remarkable, right? They really don't.
But the Nazis did.
The Nazis did. And then you look, there's an amazing photograph of JFK, Lyndon Johnson, Kurt Debus sitting at, for a moon launch. And there's Davis with his huge dueling scar. And I'm like, they still give out an award, by the way. It's called the Kurt Debus Award. And I rang them up and said, like, why are you guys giving out this award? He was a hardcore Nazi.
What did they say?
They were like, they've hemmed and hawed. And I finally said, well, at least tell me what you say to people who ask that question. You know what they said?
What?
No one's ever asked us that question before, Annie.
Well, they will now. Jesus.
You can't even cut stuff.
Well, when you really stop and think about the horrific nature of what the Nazis did, I mean, how inhuman it was, how crazy it was. Like, that had to permeate the entire culture. There's no good Nazis. There was not one. Even one of them that was looped into that had to be responsible for some awful, awful shit.
I mean, Einstein said it the best when he said you could have left. Like, people who could have left should have left, right?
Well, do you know the story of Fritz Haber, right? The guy who
Yes.
I mean, he wound up having to flee, and he's the guy who created Zyklon gas. And he created Zyklon A, which had smell built into it so that it would warn you when you were using this pesticide. And then the Nazis turned it into Zyklon B, where they removed that element that added the smell, and just this odorless, horrific, poisonous gas that they used to gas.
Where have I left my minecart? Shit. Shit. Where have I left my minecart? Oh. Boat F, boat 2. And yeah. Come on, drop the trident. That's good. Okay. Okay. That's good. Wait, where's the zombie? I need a zombie. Come on, one zombie. Okay, great. Great. Come on. Come to papi. Come to papi. Come to papi. Of course, there are two. Okay. Okay. My man, sit in here. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck is even happening? Okay, guys, back again. Salut, Malay, salut. And yeah, let me work back again to my stuff. How can I keep dying by just not being on? So, Diamond Alliance, Iron, and yeah, Diamond, full armor again. Great. So now I just wanna go here, and this time I build a little box just to be AFK. Oh, you know what? I can just go into the villagers and chill a little bit with them instead of just being AFK normal. And I probably should place something in here, which is shining, that I don't have to fear about. Mob spawn. Okay. I can take. You take a few. Then bring one up. Place it in here somewhere. Close this back up again. Place this here. Yeah, chill a little bit in here with my guys, which are very, very interesting. Yeah, you all have a big group of people, and you have a pretty cool view from here. Oh. I don't think they get scared from the. I don't think they get scared enough from the zombie. But yeah. Actually, don't think they are scared at all from the zombie. Yeah, you know. Can you please not stay here? Come on, that's not a good place for a. You cannot put it anywhere. You can put it on here. Yeah, I need to go out like this. Here's my beautiful working chest. And this zombie is also still here. And yeah. The villagers aren't actually scared from the zombie. Yeah, I could shoot all of them, but I think that's a bit unnecessary. You saw this for 12 emeralds. That's really expensive. Yeah, that's probably a good deal. What do you sell? Oh. I never saw this. Oh, it's from the new biome. That's cool. Birch log. Stuff I don't need. Good thing is my beautiful bucket. I can craft again. Do you want even more of them? Just asking? No, but you want milk buckets? Yeah, but I don't got a cow, so just gonna leave it that. Yeah, I like this tower quite a lot. I think I put a good design on it, but still, I don't like. I like the whole design. The underground is a bit ugly, a little bit looks a little bit weak to support the whole upper structure. In this village, I think it looks quite good. I didn't do anything in it, but I think Axe is still here. Why I got the Iron Axe? That's the question. And yeah. So yeah, that's the question. What the fuck? Okay, okay, so okay, okay. That's um. No, what's that? Okay. Okay, let's watch this. That's great. That's great.
Is there anything we can do to make it up to you? This is all true, by the way.
So, yeah.
All right.
This is all true. And trust me, you will see what will happen
Still
very
working
soon.
on the beautiful chopping down of the trees.
Now we're getting into some entertainment, boys. Oh, we're about to have a little bit of fun. We going back get into it? Uh-oh. Oh.
So,
The other's going to get banned? In my opinion, I think they should get banned. Because, again, they were the ones, keep this in mind, they were the ones that cast the first stone. In my opinion,
so I should
like,
chop them down.
I'm not against, like, I'm a very big self-defense kind of guy. But if you go and you attack people, then you're in the wrong.
And you'll know it when it happens. And I'm not going to say what it is.
So,
I'm not going to say what it is because that ruins the fun. That ruins the fun.
I kind of want to, I don't know if I want to ask him what it is or not, or if I want it to be a surprise. Or if he's lying. I don't know. It could be one of the three. But, yeah, I kind of want it to be a fucking surprise.
I'll be real. Yeah, don't ruin the fun. Yeah, sure. Just wait. Yeah, let's see. And recap, what are we talking about? So Tectone got suspended. I'll repeat myself. Sorry, I apologize. People, you guys just got done hearing this. Tectone got suspended. The two people who said that he was a rapist, Justa Minx and Denims, did not get suspended, but he got suspended for calling them whores. Which, I mean, again, this is my opinion. Ban both or ban neither. That's what I think. So, like, if you go and ban somebody for any bullshit like that, that's fine. But, like, you got to go and ban everybody that's involved.
But something big is going to happen because I said, okay, if you'd like to make it up for me.
Yeah, if you'd like to make it up for me, yeah, of course. That's a good start. So there's always people that go and say, with Twitch, you would be nothing but another big mouth snowflake crying for attention, and Dex, you would actually have to work for a living like the rest of us. Why haven't you got banned yet, you Mac a mockery of Twitch TOS? I can see why you're upset. 2012, huh? I sure as fuck hope that's not the year you graduated, and I hope that's your birth year. Because if that's the year you graduated, you are way too old for this shit. You are way too old to be in my chat acting a fucking fool, getting mad over nothing, brother. What is going on here?
That's crazy.
You can't even spell? Can we deport Elon? See the... Bro, this guy can't even spell. How old are you, brother? What are you doing? Don't you have spell check? He's 31 years old. Let me see. So you're 2012. So I was 2008. And I'll be 35 soon. This is 31-year-old man. Don't tell me you're a 31-year-old man wilding out in my chat right now. Please do not tell me that you are a grown-ass, middle-aged man that probably has gray hairs on your fucking head that's wilding out in my chat right now. You still can't spell.
Is he not dropping more saplings?
Oh, fuck. This dude could be older than me. That's a good point. This dude could have repeated a number of... Damn, fuck, bro. I never even thought about that. Damn. He might... Yeah, that's... Oh, that's a lot. Let's see. There ain't... No response. He just getting mad over nothing. Anyway, bro, we gotta move on, all right? So you want to get in... You want to get mad on like, in chat room about, like, oh, you doing this or that. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, you retard. Get out of here.
The thing is, it's of course practical.
Hassan's chat as well.
If I don't need to destroy so many elites.
Because I think that I have mod in Hassan's chat, and Hassan has mod in my chat. And the reason why is that I asked for it so I could look up ban appeals and I could see what their messages were in Hassan's chat. And so, anyway, what the fuck? No, I'm just being honest, right? That's the reason. And so, this happens, and you can't take criticism? No, I can't.
Right.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want your criticism. I don't need it. I don't care. I don't want to see it. Yeah. Who says I'm obligated to take your criticism? Oh, that's right, you do. Because it's your criticism. There's always people that put a very high weight on their own words.
Let me chop down some trees.
Sorry to say, but I don't really feel the same way. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, we're not gonna get too. What the fuck are we doing fighting about this? But let's move on. I found it really hard to give a shit about Tectone. Well, the thing is about Tectone, he got yeeted from pretty much every community he's been in. Oh, really? Like, yeeted from the communities that were filled by gatekeepers and racists? Great. I watched half of the 5-hour... you know what? Let's just move on. Let's just watch this, okay? Let's just get back to this. A mint picker, yeah. How's he doing after... Yeah, how's he doing?
Said, okay, if you'd like to make it up for me.
Yeah. So Twitch is trying to make it up to Tectone?
Then you can do this.
Yeah.
I contact 40 of my moderators, and I ask them to compile something for me. They compile it. I have a massive
that's great. Just chopping down a forest.
And I say, hey, I would like you to do this. They see it, and they say, thank you for cooperating with us. We'll see what we can do.
Probably nothing. Look, I am on team nothing ever happens. I'm sorry. I am. Yeah. I don't believe this until I fucking see it, man.
I say, thanks. Can I get unbanned? They say, of course, just submit an appeal. So I submit an appeal. There's 3 teams. There's 3 teams, by the way.
Okay.
This is how the unbanned ban system works. There is the upfront Twitch moderators, and then there is the appeal reviewers, and then there is the people who actually do the bans and unbans.
This is a ridiculous pipeline. There is no reason it needs to be this complicated. Like, how is this even real? Excuse me. Anyway, yes, this is crazy. How does this even happen? Remember what you said? When a company has too many people, it's hard to make a decision like something like that? Yes. And this is the big issue of what happens, right? Is that a company like Twitch is so big. Like, I'm going to be honest. Twitch needs to fire these people. Not even because of the job that they're doing, but because of the system that's created. This is a system that is designed. This is a bureaucratic system. It's badly designed. You have 3 teams to deal with the same problem? What the fuck is this? It's ridiculous. It's inefficient, yeah.
Still, man,
it's massively inefficient.
So I talk to the moderators. They can say I can get unbanned. I go through the appeal system. I submit an appeal. It takes them 36 hours. Wait, no. 42 hours.
Wow.
To review my appeal after submission. It's supposed to take 24 hours.
Yep.
That's
my
great.
appeal.
Okay. All right, let's see it. We're gonna see an image.
My appeal was then approved.
Twitch violation. What is this here?
But I did not get unbanned because now it's fucking Saturday, and I got my appeal approved at 11:30 Friday, and they're not gonna unban.
Well, so it's 6 hours? They couldn't click a button? It took them 6 hours to click a button? They couldn't do that? Guys, I think we got jeez, guys. I think we've got a big problem here. I think we've got a big problem.
And me till Monday because their bans and unbans don't work on the weekends.
They're lying. Hassan got banned on a Saturday. How does that happen? He got banned on Saturday evening. So let me get so what does this mean? This means that they did the ban. Either Twitch is lying to Tectone and they do work on Saturdays and they're giving him the runaround, or that they scheduled his ban to be on his off day. Which one's worse? That's crazy. Wow. I'm not trying to hate, but isn't it wild how streamers and Queso have 0 issues with Twitch, but for some reason Tectone can't stop getting wrongfully banned? I don't know, man. Well, yeah, because the type of his content. I mean, like, if you do edgy content, you're going to have a higher chance of getting banned. Like, most streamers don't get banned regularly. It's again, like, it's a 99.1% rule. 99% of the problems come from 1% of the streamers. We're not talking Pareto principle. We're talking retardo principle. 1% of people cause all of the problems.
That's great.
So, what do I think about this?
Just gonna pick up some saplings because I want to plant some more trees.
Information about this in general. So, if Twitch's unbanned system, how did Hassan get a ban on 25th of Sunday? Reply as if you're Dan Clancy. Oh, look, I'm not saying a ban doesn't work on weekends, but maybe it was a special circumstance, maybe a glitch in the matrix. I mean, Hassan's Abi ban was quick one, just 24 hours. Maybe it was an automated thing, or maybe someone was working overtime. You know how it is. Yep, you never know, guys. And so, yeah, I find this to be very odd. Only you and Tecton get banned for edgy content? Well, what I'm saying is that if you do content that's closer to the line, you're going to have a higher probability of getting in trouble. So, anyway, how do I feel about this? Where am I at with this? I think Tectone is being mistreated by Twitch. I do. I think something is wrong here. And unless Tectone comes back and something actually happens to the people, like, or whatever Tectone wants to have happens, then let me see if he made a video about this at all. Where is this? No, okay, so we're not even sure. But anyway, yeah, this is pretty much what's going on. And so what Twitch is saying is if I search stream prone on the platform on the weekend, I won't get banned until Monday. Well, that's what's so ridiculous about this, is that we know that they make moderation decisions on weekends. Like, if I decide to finally confirm everybody's suspicions and start, like, playing Hitler's speeches and being, like, true, I can guarantee you that they will not wait until Monday to ban me. I can guarantee you that they will find a way to ban me before Monday. The unbanned team is off on weekends. If the unbanned team is off on weekends, then how did that ban occur, and how did people get unbanned? The unbanned team is off on weekends. So the banned team is on weekends, but the unbanned team is off on weekends. That just, again, it sounds like total bullshit to me. And at the very, very best, this is a bloated bureaucracy that is insanely overstaffed. And like, does Jeff Bezos know about this? That they have an unbanned team and a banning team? This is like having one guy to put the Windex on the window and another guy to wash the fucking window. Like, does he know about this shit? This is insane.
Just gonna make sticks. Because why not? Taking 3 sticks out.
This is an update. Tectone, for context, was suspended by Twitch for...
Okay.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is probably the most stunning of all these ancient structures.
It's crazy.
And the
still
stones are immense.
Still doesn't want to buy
some
something.
were cut from a quarry that's hundreds of
What's
miles
with you?
away.
No.
How do you think they did that?
Well, some of them, the granite in the Great Pyramid comes from more than 500 miles to the south. If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are the ceiling of the King's Chamber are all made with gigantic granite blocks.
Stunning detail.
Stunning detail. Those blocks on the the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each. Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them along on wet sand. Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all.
That's crazy.
I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones.
Wait, I have a problem. This villager here took this shop and doesn't want to give it back.
Ancient apocalypse, 12,800 years ago.
So short. He doesn't reset it. It's so annoying.
Completely, not entirely completely because there were survivors, but removed most of it. Randa will tell you, sea level rise, it creates a powerful high energy zone.
Maybe
Anything that was existing on those flooded coastlines has just been pounded to hell. I mean, talk about it, Randa.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot more energetic than now. I mean, imagine your sea level rising at 3 or 4 times faster than we've seen rise in the last century. And within there, juxtaposed are these episodes of very rapid sea level rise. So you're talking about a very energetic intertidal zone. And anything that's there, short of large megalithic blocks, is going to be utterly obliterated by the time the process is through. And I think that this is one of the things that, the archaeologists and the prehistorians, people are looking at that, have failed to take into account the severity of these events we're talking about. Because the question always is, where are the artifacts? Where's the pottery? Where is the evidence that this civilization existed? And I have two responses to that. One, you don't realize the extent of the total remodeling of this planetary surface that took
actually
place.
Great.
Because, I mean, we could get into some of the stuff here. I have tons of images where I think maybe we'll get a chance to pull up a couple of really awesome drone footage here before we're done. But once you begin to wrap your head around this, you go, really? You know, it's like, imagine that you drop an atomic bomb on a city, and it completely obliterates it. And then a short while later, you drop another one on the same place. What's going to be left? And then 10,000 years, 20,000 years goes by. What are you going to What are you going to find? What are you going to look for? You know, it's going to be just rubble that gets reincorporated just into the
still can buy more.
Stratum, and
you can buy again too. Oh, it's so cool.
Differentiate for example, from what's called the conglomeratic rock, which is basically
we have 38 emeralds again,
rock cemented together.
Which is a lot.
There could be all kinds of stuff that's not
to be
even
fair,
recognized
but
as being artificial in the sense that humans had anything to do with it. The other thing is when we talk about these ancient technologies, if we're only looking for a mere reflection of ourselves, we could overlook it completely, because I think there's evidence that exists now. I mean, some modern researchers whose work has been buried or suppressed, I think we're getting very close
you can buy again
to rediscovering some of the things
how can he get back in stock so fast?
And maybe this would be worth a whole
This guy's a special man.
We could dive into this.
I'm always wondering over him. This is
what kind of technology?
A real master of the Fletcher.
Well, I shouldn't really get into it.
Get into it.
Get into
Come
it,
on.
Randall.
We got to get into it.
Okay, well.
We've opened the door, sir.
Okay. Well, okay.
The passing of the HDMI cable.
The passing.
A sacred moment.
No. So no.
Well, there are people out there now who have been working on trying to rediscover that.
So yeah, that's very cool.
And again, I don't want to digress too much into this now, because I would really rather be able to give a whole treatment of it, and it might kind of derail us a little bit from this. But there are people who've been working on these things for decades now.
So good.
In secret. And I've
no, you don't want to buy this. I know you can actually. Yeah, you would, I can.
And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of people.
Let's give so many levels.
Who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next 3 months, so it can never get suppressed again. And that's why I'd like to come back and talk in more detail.
Well, I'd love to have you come back and talk about it, but we got to talk about it a little bit now.
Okay. Well, there's a laboratory right now in the Maldives that's been building prototypes using these technological principles, which are based on implosion rather than explosion. And the inspiration for this...
Tesla's ideas are part of it, I think you mentioned.
Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it.
That's crazy.
Yes, Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. So is, I don't know if you ever, Victor Schauberger, who did the work with water and discovered, look at, Jamie,
it looks pretty out of this area here.
I have the cable now, don't I?
Take it back. Let me find a video.
Well, no. Let me pull something up here, and.
I think the key thing is we're looking at technologies that are not the same as ours.
Yes.
And that's partly why archaeologists can't see them, because they're looking for us in the past, and they're not open to the possibility that there are whole other kinds of technology that could be used.
Right.
I always go back to the ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of priests chanting as these huge blocks were lifted into the air. Were they using some kind of sound effect, some kind of use of sound that was able to manipulate matter? We know that sound can manipulate matter, as a matter of fact, but they're lifting these blocks, again and again it appears in ancient Egyptian traditions. The notion that we could lift huge blocks with sound seems absurd to archaeologists, and yet it's there in the traditions of the Egyptologists. And what Randall's talking about now is people who are working on a whole alternative path of technology, and maybe that's a rediscovery of the kind of technologies that we use by a lot.
39 iron golems.
I think that's what's important about what you're saying, is that we have this very limited idea of technology based on what we've experienced.
Yeah.
But if you had anatomically similar human beings that lived for thousands and thousands of years.
Stuff just keeps on getting older.
If you think about the amount of progress that we've achieved as modern humans just in the last few hundred years, you go back 400 years to now, it's a stunning amount of achievement.
Absolutely stunning.
And
that's
if you
crazy.
have a completely different path of technology, one that's not utilizing internal combustion engines and cranes and the like that we experience
leverage,
today.
Mechanical advantage, everything that our tech is based around.
Something that's insanely advanced, tens of thousands of years of a different path.
Yeah.
And that may be what we're looking at.
And that may begin to explain these otherwise inexplicable monuments that have survived.
Jamie, do I need... There we go. This is the work of Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, I still have some blocks
and
left.
He was... Again, this is way too much for us to get in today. That's why we need to devote a whole session to talking about this.
Okay.
But this is...
Now is everything full again?
You know, his work was suppressed.
You know what?
A lot of his patents were taken, sealed up by the U.S. government for whatever reason. I don't know. But this is some of the stuff that's now being developed using his ideas, plus some of the others.
I still need more coal. Coal is very important.
Malcolm Bendall?
Yes. And again, I don't want to get into it today, but like, here's an example of what they're doing. This is a generator that has no moving parts. It's all based on geometry, pure geometry. And here's the basic idea, as I think I understand it at this point. Resonance frequencies. Everything vibrates. Have you ever, like if we had an electric razor, we plugged it in, turned it on, set it on this table, it's going to move around, isn't it? You ever seen that?
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the concept because it's vibrating. Everything vibrates at a frequency, and if you know that frequency, you can control things. And I think that's the basic idea of what we're looking at here. And it's all based upon the ancient numbers. And they're developing technologies right now, and they have been. I was recently contacted and given the go-ahead that I could talk. I've been sitting on this for 7 years without talking about it because they asked me not to talk about it until they had their patents in place and their licensing. That's all happened since last summer. So we're now free to talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think it would be a good idea to get me back on here. We can look at it. I'm going to lay this on Graham so he can look at it too, because I really want to get Graham's feedback on this.
I mean, would it be fair to say that there's an element of a rediscovery of a lost technology?
I think it would be fair to say that. Yes.
And so through this technology, they're able to move stones or cut stones or all the above?
All the above.
And even transport them? Whoa, what is all this?
Well, this is the model. And this is diagramming all the frequencies of the elements and what their vibrational frequencies are and the numbers that measure those frequencies. And they're all the numbers we get from looking at these ancient traditions that recur over and over and over again that I've been talking about in my sacred geometry classes for decades without knowing what the final result was going to be. So this inventor who's working with this small group contacted me, and this is what he told me. He said, you built the foundation. He said, you laid the foundation with your work on ancient geometry, and I built a house on top of it. That's what he said. Nice. So for 7 years, he's been supplying me with all the information. I have copies of all the patents. I have videos of the testing of the prototypes. And Mazda, the car manufacturer in Japan, is getting ready to do a $25 million testing of some of these prototypes that they believe they can retrofit internal combustion engines with. And there's over 100, they've developed over 100 patents on some of this stuff. And it's amazing.
And what would be the fuel?
Well, plasmoids. Plasmoids, as it says here, are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment field. Plasmoids, in effect, function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to its ability to convert matter to available clean energy. So it's a lot to get into, and I think it would take us kind of off what we're here to talk about.
But at least what's promising is that there is some, at least, research or understanding.
And it's actually quite mature at this point. And in order to avoid the kinds of fate that befell Tesla and Reich, Robert Oppenheimer, Victor Schauberger, and so many others that were working in these fields, all kind of converging on this same insight. It's been conducted in secret. The laboratory that they've been developing this is in the Maldives, so that it's been immune from government interference. And now, I think it's about ready to go to the next.
Now, what is the motivation of the suppressing of this information?
I think in case of Tesla, wasn't it military, the fear of military applications?
I also think that, there are huge corporations that have very large investments in a particular path of technology, which is ours.
Right.
And for somebody to come up with a whole new path of technology, it's very threatening to them. And much better from their point of view to suppress it.
Pretty
or if
cool.
they can't suppress it, to kind of buy it and hide it, and keep things on the track that they're on now. I would say that's the motive.
And maybe for people that are curious about this and maybe even skeptical, consider the massive change that nuclear power provided us. Whereas before the 1940s, this was unheard of. This even the concept of it. And all of a sudden, now we have nuclear power, nuclear weapons, the most profound power known to man currently.
God help us, it's a power for use by adults, but unfortunately, it's delinquent children who are leading our world right now. The leaders of our planet, the politicians out there, they're just complete arseholes. I can't think of any of them who I feel any respect for whatsoever. And it's they who are in charge of this frightening, terrifying technology. We just aren't mature enough as a civilization to manage technology like that. You have to get that level of maturity.
Beautiful redstone chest. You build so many cool machines with that. This is a basic material you need. I also need, of course, cobblestone and other shit. But yeah, pretty good for the beginning. And that's a giant tree. But that's really the thing I really need. But what I really need.
This again is where you come to.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is probably the most stunning.
Oh. Let's touch. Yeah.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Welcome.
Dude.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to be here, man.
So let's take, first of all, why do we love conspiracy so much? Because I fucking love them.
Dude.
I love them. I love finding out the dirty little tactics and secrets and how the government does things and what the fuck's really going on. Why is it so exciting?
I think it's something like deep down in humanity. Is like we love storytelling.
Yeah.
And these days, conspiracy theories are like I mean, 10 years ago, conspiracy theories were fringe and they were problematic.
Tell me about it.
Right?
I was a conspiracy theorist way back in the day when you were a fucking nut.
Dude, you were a conspiracy theorist when I was not even here yet.
I was arguing with people about the moon landing on the radio before there was any podcasts.
I mean, maybe there's some of the mystery element, but the thing is that so many of them are, it's a knowledge. It's a thirst for knowledge because some of them are total bullshit. But some of them are clearly, there's something there.
Clearly.
Right?
Yeah.
And realistically, if you had like the journalists of integrity from 1960s era
Let's go.
alive today and they hadn't been bought out and shot in the head and whatever else happened,
dude,
they would be
even
conspiracy
in the 60s
theorists.
they were compromised.
Well, they were getting bought out.
The big one is Woodward with the Watergate story.
No, before we fight the Ender, I need some stuff.
When I had Bill Murray,
I have Water
I haven't watched it yet. No.
I have both.
Bob Woodward wrote Wired, which is about John Belushi. Bill Murray
I need wood.
5 pages of it, and he said,
and a lot of it,
shit,
and way more food.
He said the Bob Woodward story about Belushi was so full of shit. It was so exaggerated and fake and just filled with nonsense. He's like, John Belushi was a lightweight. He goes, John Belushi would drink 3 beers and he'd be drunk. He goes, he was probably the first speedball he ever took, and he died from it. Like, this whole thing about him being this raving, drug-fueled maniac was totally fabricated.
It's a good example of how the mainstream narrative had Nixon as a crook.
Yeah.
And he's just one of many examples.
I need to buy stuff. I need to buy bread and arrows.
Realize, I mean, probably not the greatest guy, but what was the real story there? What were they framing? Why are they trying to get him out?
Yeah, no, this is not a defense of Nixon. Nixon was not a great guy. But Tucker thinks that Nixon knew too much about the JFK assassination and wanted to talk about it. And he started saying, I know who killed JFK.
Yeah.
And he started yapping, and they were like, let's get this motherfucker out of here. And also, one of the terms that he had agreed to run for president was Gerald Ford, who was on the fucking Warren Commission.
Bingo.
Gerald Ford as his VP.
Yep.
So Gerald Ford becomes the first ever non-elected president. He slips in. He becomes president for kind of a bullshit term.
Yep. And does a whole bunch of war party things and just a whole bunch of bullshit.
And we decide that Nixon was the real problem with the country.
I mean, how often is it that they're allowing someone that they aren't sure about to get to president, and they're sticking them with a VP that is their guy, right?
Oh,
like
yeah, Dick Cheney.
LBJ with JFK.
Dick Cheney. Everybody,
Mike
it was the
Pence,
hidden secret that, Pence was
I don't know what the hell to think about Mike Pence.
Pence is like a
no
preacher.
idea.
I think he was good to get the fucking
just
religious
super
people.
rhino, super
weird guy.
Yeah.
Odd
but I mean,
guy.
Trump is a weird guy too. Like, who knows what's going on with Trump right now?
He's an animal.
Yeah.
He's the most fun ever.
I love Trump conspiracy theories because people get so riled up and it's so partisan and political, but within it there's all this like juicy like meat for thinking about. It's like not even conspiracy theories, it's just like his history.
Right.
And especially with the Epstein stuff now and his history with Epstein, it just gets me so interested in you'll never know the real story.
Here's the thing about theories and stuff. There's so many things that are so weird that
okay, I'm ready to go now.
Well, this can't be real. This is fake.
Yep.
And then it's connected to real life events in some sort of a way that you would think there's a conspiracy. Like, here's one of my favorites is Little Baron Trump's.
Yeah, dude, I just got the book. It just came in the mail.
Insane.
Have you read it?
No.
Dude, I'm going to read it. I just got it.
I should buy it. I should buy the book before it gets bought.
I got it in a 3-part series that has the Baron Trump one, and then The Last President, and there's one other one.
And then how about the Werner von Braun one about a guy named Elon that takes us to Mars? Werner von Braun, the fucking Nazi who ran, Operation Paperclip and became the head of NASA.
Super occultist kind of stuff in there.
Writes a novel about a guy named Elon that takes us to Mars. And even Elon saw that, and he's like, is this real? Like you would think. There's no way.
Simultaneous to us kind of getting like some version of UAP disclosure that implies time travel.
Yeah.
Which is like, Lord knows what that is.
Right.
But it's just so fun to speculate because it's like, how would we know?
Yeah, how would we know? And the whole UAP.
Yes. That's great. I think I have too many arrows and too less Too little bow. That's crazy. Oh. So. That's cool. So. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my god, I feel there's so much further. So.
VPN out.
So.
So if you want to get the highest
Yeah.
standards
Welcome back.
protection from your VPN service, tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Rogan.
Welcome back.
And now listeners can get 4 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
The one that I just recently kind of was reminded of is, you know, the story that Disney sent kids to Epstein Island.
Yeah,
that's like
I did hear that,
perfect,
but
like,
it's
oh,
not.
such a money conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It's not true.
That's not true.
It's when you look it up, you realize that I mean, a lot of the
So.
information's kind of gone. It's hard to even tell if it's legitimate websites and information.
That's great.
It's already a red flag. But the ones that are still up, they just sent them into like the ocean. Like they were going on cruises that happened to be in the vicinity of the island. That's
Right.
totally different.
Which is
than
a
sending
very
kids to
popular
the island.
vacation
Exactly.
destination. Yeah.
And so it becomes this thing.
It's
and
crazy.
That's kind of I think that's the fun part of the game.
We thought about buying the island.
Dude.
When the island was for sale, we talked about it for a second. We're like, let's put some of that Spotify money to use. That would be funny.
I think
but
they would have
too
stopped
evil.
you, dude. I think someone would have stopped you.
100%.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't shut the
there's
fuck
shit
up.
underneath that island.
No
for
doubt.
Sure.
So.
There's got to be something on that island that's incriminating.
that
and
temple.
Also, what's in the walls? What's in the walls of the buildings? Like, I would get into the wiring. I'd bring in pros.
Oh yeah.
I'd be like, tell me what's
under the dirt.
I'd scan the fucking floors. I would.
LiDAR the ocean floor and the surrounding miles.
Also, he's dead, so if he ever fucking hid some shit in there, no one knows where it is.
Yep.
They're gonna
he's
raise that
probably
building.
dead. I assume he's dead. But there was so much shit around it that like I don't feel 100% sure. I feel like 95% sure that he's dead, 98% sure that he's dead.
Right. I wouldn't go 100 either.
Yeah. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's very few things.
So yeah.
They did do an autopsy. You'd have to
but they did an autopsy on JFK too, and it was not his body.
Well,
Probably.
sort of. They did 2 autopsies.
Right.
They did the initial examination of the body was in Dallas, and then they flew.
So yeah.
The thing about that is, and this is a part of David Lifton's book, Best Evidence, which made me become a conspiracy theorist.
I've never read it.
It's fucking great. And David Lifton, who is an accountant, they gave him, I forget what the project was, but it was something to do with the Warren Commission report. So
That's great.
This guy's like a serious bookworm. He read the entire Warren Commission, which fucking nobody does.
Yep.
And it's like 9,000 pages.
That's a superpower.
Yeah.
Being able to read like that.
Exactly, and find contradictions over and over and over again. He's like, this is horseshit. This whole thing's horseshit. And then he found out that Kennedy's brain was missing when it got all the way to Bethesda. He found out that the Dallas doctors said that the neck wound was an entry wound, and then the ones in Bethesda turned it into a tracheotomy hole. It was a bullet hole. He got shot. You could see him go like
Garbage
that.
all over the place. And then you could also see his face get blown off. And they published photos of him from the official autopsy where his face was visible.
Come on.
And this is just mine.
Yeah, I'm really
I'm
curious
sure
to hear
I'm not
yours.
the only one. I think he got shot in the head at the same time from 2 different directions.
That's a good theory, honestly.
Because there's a bit of spray that goes forward, which is not
Oh no.
like things are weird when you hit them with bullets. Like people have shot people in the head and the bullets come out their eye.
Yeah,
like it ricochets around like a 22 or something like that.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting place.
Some things are super
But
consistent.
if I want to take book, I'm going to go after Shulkers.
Goes in the direction that you hit it, right? So back and to the left. Hicks used to talk about that all the time. Back and to the left. When making fun of the fact that the Zapruder film clearly showed that it wasn't a shot from the back. But the head goes spray too. It goes spray like this back and to the left. Can we see it? Let's see it real quick.
Yeah, something I love about the JFK story is that there are so many deep experts that have really done the dig, and they don't all come to the same conclusions.
Here's the thing about Lifton's book. He also documents how many witnesses were murdered. And it's astounding.
That's the part that often gets left off, too.
Their cars got parked on railroad tracks, and they died of heart attacks when they were 30, and they got fucking shot in a robbery, and they committed suicide. They gassed. They fell asleep in their car.
Man, Hillary Clinton sure got started early.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Back into the left. Watch this. Watch this, the explosion.
Oh, there's some weird.
You're totally right. It's like a
generation.
Front, right?
I mean, it could be that the top of his head exploded right there, and the force drives him back. It also
there's nothing here.
There's another possibility, and the possibility is
like, why is this like this?
Nerve reaction of your body shutting down.
Yeah.
Which could cause you to go back and to the left, even if you get shot in the front.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the spray, or if you get shot in the back, rather, the spray looks like it's going forward. Like we'll watch when he gets hit. See that?
Yep. It's just weird.
But that could be. But the thing is, there's not a bullet hole on the other side, so that could be just the opening of the head.
Okay, we're back up again.
Blood that comes out. Also, you have to realize
but again, I don't.
Probably bleeding internally already. He got shot in the neck.
I know where I am.
There's probably blood spraying all over the place inside of his
head. That's a start.
And then boom, he gets shot in the front of his head. But his head clearly goes back and to the left. Yep. Like almost instantaneously. And in a way that you would imagine if someone got hit like that. Watch this again. Boom, he gets
good
hit.
Catch on that frame.
And then back.
And it's all gone. Like his face is just clearly.
Okay, let's go. I found it.
And it's clearly not a shot from behind. I mean, like.
It's definitely not a shot from behind because there's no entry wound in the back of his head.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
The thing hit the front of his head or the side of his head.
Oh my god.
Like that.
I feel like if there was a conspiracy theorist training course, the JFK assassination would be like the perfect like dry run training course to like build it around because you have all the pieces. You have a complex conspiracy with unknown actors from intelligence agencies and organized crime and maybe multiple governments. It's like
that.
Then you have a complex cover-up that evolved over time. You have like researchers. You have bad information being fed in from outside. You have conspiracy theorists that are taking it in directions that are like probable. It's got all the things that you need to both learn how to dig into and learn how to watch out for. It's a lot of fun.
Well, and also people didn't really get serious about it until about 12 years after the assassination.
Yep.
So when Geraldo Rivera has Dick Gregory on his
show,
oh, what is this?
Whoa. Have you guys ever heard the theory that frames were taken out of the Zapruder film to make it look
one's
like the
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
The theory about the driver.
Okay.
That's the one I've never bought, honestly.
No, that's,
people always say the driver turned around and shot him. It's
I
like,
think
no.
that's one of those theories that probably the government created.
Yeah, there's an open piece of evidence.
Stupid.
There's an open piece of evidence of some kids that showed up covered in mud at a car shop that they worked at. That it was like a dry day. They showed up covered in mud, and there's a certain guy that theorized that they were hiding in a manhole and shot up at him out of the manhole, and that the car slows down in real time.
Oh shit.
And that witnesses saw the car slow down. And that there's drop frames from the Zapruder film, and it's like these are these kinds of theories where it's like how do you dig into that and like prove that? And the answer is you have to get to primary sources. You have to get to like, is there a police report for that kid showing up? Like, is that location real? Like, can you corroborate any of this?
Right.
And the unfortunate truth is you could if you could fucking see the files that our government was hiding from us.
Right.
Theoretically,
well,
anyways.
They're supposed to release soon. Yeah. Have some patience.
Dude, they're releasing tomorrow, Joe.
Can you? Is that real?
No.
Can you, it's like every day's Christmas.
Yeah, for real.
Can you Google David Lifton witnesses of the JFK assassination?
Oh no.
Odds. Because he did
like this.
a calculation of the odds of all these people dying the way they died.
Yeah, dude.
And it's millions to one. Yeah. It's nuts.
Let's go.
So a big part of what I do is it how likely is it that this is a coincidence? Is it even possible?
Right.
Right.
That one's very unlikely, which means they were killing witnesses. Someone was killing witnesses. I think there was people shooting from the back end. I think Lee Harvey Oswald. People want to say it's 1 or 0. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was in on it. I think Lee Harvey Oswald probably didn't shoot the president though, but he might have. He might have hit him in the back because there was a shot in the back too. You know, the whole reason why they had to call this a tracheotomy is the same reason why they had to come up with the single bullet theory.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're deep.
You got to explain it. Well,
you know,
I'm
you know about the ricochet underneath the overpass?
Yeah.
So
yeah, like I'm deep enough to know the basics, but there's
Let's go to this tower.
And you have to read the books, you have to watch the films, you have to like see
this. Okay, this tower is still there.
Stone just goes off.
And that's why I was curious to hear your takes because you've actually talked to these people.
Oliver Stone's the best because he's been studying this for fucking ever. He can tell you exactly what's going on with Dulles
and he's not just been studying it forever. He's been studying the actual primary source documents themselves and like reading the real archives that are released.
And then there's a wild connection between Jolly West and Jack Ruby.
Oh yeah, Jolly West is crazy. Have you read Chaos yet?
Yeah,
dude. So
yeah,
I didn't know about Jolly until I read Chaos, and then I started digging in because I knew about MK Ultra. I've been learning about MK Ultra when I was a kid, like doing psychedelics. But I didn't really understand anything about that history or anything around the CIA.
Good, I hit this one.
The Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Oh, that's it, the last one.
It down after Chaos came out.
Oh no, it's still.
No way.
Yes way.
So just recently, huh?
The entire time they had been running this clinic. It's not like they were running the clinic and they said, you know what, let's not run the clinic. It's over. Whatever. Peace and war bullshit or peace and love bullshit. That's over.
Yeah, one of the conspiracy theories is
it's coming out this week.
Really? This week?
Tom O'Neill is my friend.
I don't know why I'm hitting him.
And former
Just want to try something.
But they were neighbors in New York, and then they were neighbors in California. This guy.
Cool name.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
oh my god.
This guy's been working on this one.
Oh my god.
For 20 years. You imagine just.
I don't understand people.
I need some blocks to build up.
I'm a generalist, and I rely on people like that because I could never stay with something for that long.
No, he could have written many other books on the exact same subject. He can keep going. Like part 2 more I know, part 3 more I know.
He could have written a book about each of those sketchy dudes that he had questions about. Like each of those CIA guys, each of those weird doctors.
Well, each of those times. How about each time that Nancy got away with
Oh, I forgot he was saying.
Yeah, and they're like, well, it's above our pay grade.
Yeah.
So they were paying people to do this. They were giving the Manson family LSD and money. They were allowing them to commit crimes. And the whole idea was just to change the idea of what people thought of as hippies and to stop the anti-war movement. And also to see what they can get away with, they can do with
I
this
suspect
acid.
I mean, to me, the big question is that seems like the first, like for sure that's going on, right?
Yeah.
Is to co-opt the hippie. I mean, first the hippie movement probably was to co-opt the anti-war movement that was pretty buttoned up. Like, I suspect that LSD did not just escape the lab. I suspect they were like, quick, turn all these kids into crazy hippies. Like, try this out, try this out, try this out.
Really?
Yeah. So
so
check this out. Have you read Strange Scenes Inside Laurel Canyon?
I started to read it. I have not.
So I mean, even just the first chapter, right? So if you take that book's premise, it's basically that before the hippie movement, there was a very powerful organized anti-war movement led by a bunch of Quakers, a bunch of black activists, a bunch of, like, my dad was one of them. And it was not this hippie fringe thing. It was a very powerful anti-Vietnam protest. And the moment that LSD gets introduced, it becomes all peace and love. And he points out in that book how all of these people, like Frank Zappa, like lead members of the Doors, people organizing the Monterey Pop Festival, over and over and over. Like, he probably has 2 to 3 dozen examples specifically he goes deep into. They all just happen to move from wherever they are all over the world into this area in LA that is not a hotbed for music. And they all just start making music about peace and love and doing LSD. And all of them have parents that are from special forces, intelligence operations, Pentagon. Like, some of the musicians themselves have backgrounds that look exactly like CIA operatives that were doing, like, revolutions in Cuba and overseas.
Like who in specific?
Like the lead singer of the Doors, Jim Morrison, for example. Frank Zappa. So Frank Zappa's one where his dad and his mom were both. Frank Zappa's dad worked at the base that was like the chemical weapons, like where they did their chemical weapons research. His dad was a chemical weapons specialist in like top secret clearances, which is
I cannot shoot it from here.
Read about what his dad was. It sounds a lot like what MK Ultra would be. It sounds a lot like what you would like drug experiments. And
chemical weapons is drug experiments.
Well, chemical is the wrong word. Psychological operations. But it's right there, like it's on his Wikipedia page. It's not hard to find these things. What that guy did, I'm forgetting who wrote the book, but what he did was not like find evidence that had never been uncovered. He just looked at all.
I did this one.
Whose histories were
No, I did
very public.
all the.
He put it all together and realized, like, that's.
Yeah, now I did all the towers.
That all moved to this.
Now I can shoot onto the dragon. Where is he?
Producing music that was like all within this one thing. Like Jim Morrison, his dad was the fleet commander of the boat that was in the Gulf of Tonkin that started the Vietnam War. That's like kind of a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
And you could definitely make the explanation that kids often rebel against their parents, right? Kids often step out of line and are like fuck the old way.
Right.
But a lot of them were ex-military, like directly ex-suits and ex-CIA.
Was Morrison an ex-military?
No, Morrison.
CIA operative.
No, not again.
I was saying Frank.
I knew I hit it this time.
Giving examples, the guy specifically that he said that had the history that was doing what looked like color revolutions in Cuba. Because I'm not familiar with the music of that time, I might forget what band he was in.
That's great. This damage is big.
You can't like fake talent. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, a lot of them didn't write their own songs.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, you
Jim
can't
Morrison
fake talent. Like, look at Diddy, bro.
Good.
Oh no, Jim. Yeah, some of them were great.
Morrison was
some of them were
good.
great. And
Frank Zappa was great.
Crazy great.
But this
100%.
is the thing. It's like you can't like.
100%.
I don't think. But here's the thing: they could push people with talent that they also could use to further their agenda and make those people more popular than they would be organically.
Yeah.
And put a lot of emphasis.
Oh, fuck the dragon. What else is damage? Okay, from this side you can get in because of the higher mountains. Here you cannot get in because you need to jump. Only here you can get in. So that's your end. Here it goes down.
That were societal disruptors.
It also makes fertile ground for COINTELPRO. When you have things like drugs and drug culture, like fertile ground for COINTELPRO.
Well, this is the big thing about Jolly West and Manson is that Jolly West allegedly taught Manson how to use psychedelics and manipulate people. And oftentimes when Manson was with the family, apparently, he pretended to take LSD. And they all took it. And then he would manipulate
he did like hypnotism
them.
and like weird speeches and like it really does look like. And the thing is that I respect Tom O'Neill so much because he didn't try to claim things he couldn't prove.
Right.
But he just put it all out there and is like, this is what I'm seeing and think what you think. And it looks to me like you're saying that Manson was either directly trained to practice these things and carry them out, or he was sort of like a patsy in the operation, that they kind of like gave him the setting within which to just go along with this maniacal.
I did it.
I
free the end. Big hurrah, hurrah.
They visited him in prison.
Oh
yeah. This is why I think he's a part of it. I think they recognized in prison, like, look, you got two choices. You could be in jail for the rest of your fucking life, or we can work for you. We think you're brilliant. We think you're an amazing mind of untapped talent, and you know you pray to this narcissist ego, and you start telling him things, and the next thing you know, he's out there in the street working for you like a little hoe.
It's crazy how many people that wind up in these weird positions came out of like, you were in prison, then you got released, or you were in trouble, and then you got. And the girls, it's crazy. Those girls, like, some of them had committed some minor crimes, but a lot of them were just regular people. And then suddenly they become like absolute murderers, like dark murders. Those were gross.
Well, I think mind control is real, right?
100%.
And I think hypnosis is real, acid is real, and then the techniques that they've developed over decades of fucking with people with these drugs. They know what to do.
Yeah.
It's so far away.
I mean, we don't need to go into it because it's real dark, but I think that when you study the MK Ultra files, and this is where there's a lot of conspiracy theories that are hard to prove. There's a bunch of victim testimony, but it's hard to prove. Is the Monarch programs are an alleged program that never got disclosed, and that's all the programs that are hidden behind child sexual abuse being a part of mind control. Because a lot of the drugs, like, they can break people's minds and they can be involved in mind control, but a lot of those papers talk about dissociative identity disorder as like the holy grail of that Manchurian candidate concept, and it makes a lot of sense if you know how dissociative identity disorder works.
Right.
And that is most commonly associated with dark, grim childhood sexual abuse. And then you get all these victim testimonies, hundreds and hundreds of people these days talking about how they were a part of these programs, like people that were on Epstein's Island that claim to have been victimized as children and subjected to mind control experiments paired with childhood sexual abuse.
It's just so hard to believe that people are that evil, but they have been throughout history. This is why it's weird. It's like we'll look back on the Victorian era, or we'll look back on the man-boy love of the Socrates era. We'll go, that's just back then.
We've evolved now.
We
We're
don't
more
do
cultured.
that anymore. Yeah. But when they've identified specific aspects of traumatic past that they can use these particular victims of trauma, of childhood trauma, and take them and turn them into weapons.
Yep.
That's so wild.
Yeah,
but that is an asset, right? If you've got
100%.
someone who's so fucking crazy, you could talk to them and get them to do things like acid and get them to Sirhan levels, or whatever the fuck they did to Jack Ruby.
UFC 313 is back in Vegas. It won't be paradise for one of the light heavyweights in the main event. Don't miss out on any of the action at DraftKings Sportsbook or call 888-789-77.
This is a weird time for uncovering
so let's go.
corruption, right?
Yeah.
And I think they're in real trouble because I don't think they can use their phones. I don't think they can do the things that they used to be able to do.
That's a good point.
And I don't think they're united.
I hadn't thought about that.
This is what I think.
They're definitely not united.
Right.
100%.
There's rats in that ship.
Oh, yeah.
There's rats in that ship. And I think everybody's scared, and so everybody's worried that people are wearing camera buttons. And so...
It is the era of secret cameras, too.
And they're all selfish fucks. So they're all out for themselves. So they probably demonstrated that all throughout these relationships they've had with other people. So nobody trusts anybody.
Yep. I mean, that's the nature of politics.
And you can't use your phone.
Nope.
You can't use your email. You can't. You probably can't even talk with Alexa in the house.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm at the point where I'm starting to get, like, I'm not literally that paranoid, but I've had some conversations in terms of, like, people that want to leak a story, which I normally just avoid because I don't want to touch it. But every now and then I'm like, let's go on a walk because I don't want to hear what you have to say around any of this shit because I know it's being recorded. I know
100%.
it can be listened to.
Do you have a crazy phone or you use a regular
No, it's just
phone?
an iPhone. Yeah. I'm aspiring to get one of those, like,
300
Prince phones or something like that.
That's when you've reached the next level of conspiracy. When you get a de-Googled phone that doesn't have 5G, you only use 4.
Yeah. But the way I look at it is, so I intentionally do all of my stuff. I basically do open source investigations. I don't try to break news stories, because it's way safer and it's way more interesting. And my goal is not to know everything or to be some great journalist. My goal is to inspire everybody else, like to inspire the world to think a little more and to be more critical and to look it up for yourself.
Well, you're also serving a function. like a service for people, because what you're doing is
That's great.
you are taking all the time to find all this open source and then putting it out there.
Yeah.
And you're really thorough about it. You say, this is what I know.
I try
this
to
is
be.
Yeah. You've also
I get shit wrong all the time.
You started doing this thing with your hand above your head. People steal that now.
Yeah, like,
have you
check
noticed
this out.
that?
Well, it's because TikTok's green screen.
It's your hand, the way you do it,
one
though,
finger
with your
gets
hand.
taken away. TikTok will delete one finger if I'm pointing with one finger.
Wow.
Because it's a green screen app, and so I'm like using the camera, and it's got in my camera, it's putting the thing behind me, but it's cutting out me. And if I only use one finger, it cuts my whole hand away. So I started doing this. So just because the green screen, when it's like trying to AI analyze what is a body and what is the background, it'll take away my hand as though it's the background.
Oh, how weird. So
Yeah.
you started pointing.
I haven't gone all the way to doing this at the screen yet, but
I see a lot of people that are doing exactly your way, so that's why they're
Like, why the sound effects so gruesome?
That is unprecedented, and people call me a
So scary.
because of it. And it's like fair, it's like whatever, dude. Like if I was in all of their seats, I would probably be like, where did this dude come from? But at a certain point, it's like an intense level of like.
You're talking
suspicion.
to Captain Controlled Opposition over here.
I know,
people
dude.
think that I'm controlled opposition.
Yeah.
That whole term is funny because there's got to be real controlled opposition. That's why it's a term.
It's
because
the info war, dude.
Yeah, well, it's
crazy out here.
A valid strategy.
Yep.
But I think you could figure it out after a while.
Yeah, and for me, it's really interesting because, and you know this too. You've been in this game for forever. Is when you actually get to meet people in real life, you learn things about them. You get that vibe of them that is not, it's not impenetrable. You can be fooled.
Yeah.
But like, how much can you fool? And can you fool all your employees all the time? Like Alex Jones is a great example. People call him controlled opposition. Like he's bought by the Jews, he's bought by the cons, he's bought by the, and it's like cool. But I know all of his staff, and I've hung out with them, and like you've known him over years and years. Like, is he faking his entire life? Like, I've been on his.
Oh my God.
He was doing the exact same thing when no one was listening.
Exactly.
He was on public radio.
Yeah.
Alex has been saying, he's been talking about this stuff since the
There are so many elements. That's crazy. And you need to farm them a little bit for a lot of ender pearls.
Yeah, I learned the other day that he started InfoWars, like he officially founded InfoWars, like when I was 2 years old. That just blew my brains. I was like, what?
The first video of his that really woke me up was the video he did on the World Trade Organization protests in Seattle, when he showed that there was these groups of masked men in military uniforms with military issue shoes. They all had the same shit on, and they all ran around in this peaceful protest for the World Trade Organization and started smashing things and lighting things on fire and creating chaos, which allowed the police to then move in. Then these people all holed up in one house. They negotiated with the police and they were all released.
Weird.
Now we go over there.
A few events of the last couple years, you know?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Patriot Front, which just went under. They went under the day
For
after.
real?
Yeah, you didn't
after
know?
USAID was cut?
No, right after Kash Patel gets in.
Okay.
Kash Patel got.
Let's go.
Pull that up.
Let's go.
Because there's a video of Patriot Front and me and Matt Taibbi. I go, they're feds. I go, it's me yelling, where's the fat people?
Yeah.
They're all wearing the same uniform. One guy's got a fucking drum. Get the fuck out of here. These are feds.
Yeah.
These are feds. The day after Kash Patel gets in, they disband.
Funny how that. I mean, I'm really interested in like looking for like right now with all these new people coming in, Cash and Pam and all the picks, RFK. I'm really enjoying the process of just trying to watch their actions and trying to figure out who's doing what and how much are they going to play to the money and play to the people. And it's just such a fascinating exercise in journalism of where do you kind of and how much leeway do you give them, how much grace do you give them. Especially with the Epstein blackmail hanging as a cloud over the entire federal government. I don't think that.
That wasn't clear. That was clearly not even enough.
I feel confident that I know that they're not.
Let's look at it. Here's a possibility other than blackmail: negotiation.
Well, that's always a factor.
But instead of blackmail, if you are a government and you have information on someone who's an asset or someone who's very wealthy, and this person, you're like, hey, motherfucker, like, what are you doing? You're 26 times?
Yep.
How about you shut the fuck up from here out?
Yep.
No more Trump's Hitler.
Well, that's the definition of blackmail.
How about you say that we did a good job every now and again?
Yeah.
Give us a little credit.
Yeah.
Let's work something out here. It's not necessarily blackmail as much as it's negotiation.
I would argue
blackmail's
that's
I want
indistinguishable.
Right. Unless you're getting money to it.
So that's crazy.
Blackmail is just I know
the other way? What if the wealthy person contacts them and says, listen, I can make things very good for you. I can do this. I can do that. If I go to jail, this is not helping anybody.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, reverse. I mean,
that's the opposite. That's bribery, I guess?
Kind of. It's just, that's deal making. But I think that a lot of Epstein's targets were willing. I think that a lot of them, because I think that we're talking, it's not just Jeffrey Epstein, it's organized crime as a network.
Yeah.
Like, he's just an employee of organized crime.
Right.
And I think that a lot of those people are basically saying, yeah, I want into the club. Because if you are like a Reid Hoffman, or allegedly, if you're one of those guys and you want more contracts or you want more deals, like allegedly, and like, let's be clear, just because I say something on Joe's podcast does not mean that Joe fucking agrees with me. CNN, thank you. Because like, I'm a crazy fucker, and I got all kinds of theories about Epstein, but like, I think that a lot of them were willing, because I think a lot of them are, I mean, if you're sick enough to rape a child, like on Jeffrey Epstein's island, you're sick enough to want into that club.
Well, for sure, throughout history, there have been pedophiles. That's a fact. For sure, some pedophiles get to prominent positions of power. That's a fact, right?
Yep. And the
Jimmy Savile,
the traits that do the same, like
Jimmy Savile in fucking England, like that.
Yep.
That should put it out to bed for anybody.
Prince Andrew, Bill
Sandusky,
Gates, allegedly.
I don't know about him. I never heard that. But the Sandusky, I've heard.
You never heard about Bill Gates?
I didn't know he was into kids.
Oh, dude. I mean, he's one of Epstein's closest confidants. And
here's the thing about the Epstein thing. Were they all underage? Were some of them?
Not at all. No, it's very complex.
Right.
And
so some of them were in their 20s. Like one girl who was complaining, or I shouldn't say complaining. That's very mild. One girl who alleging that she was 20 at the time. She was saying.
Yeah.
So just because someone has been to the island and has been compromised, right, doesn't necessarily mean that they've been compromised with underage people. But I think there's a specific group that wants underage people.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say this, it has been that way throughout history. There
All
are
of history.
Many, many, many conspiracies that have been uncovered, and criminal investigations have found that people were trafficking children. It's been done. So this is not like vampires.
No.
We're not talking about werewolves.
Child trafficking rings get exposed and brought down around the world relatively frequently, like at least once a year, but they usually don't make big news because they're usually not like Epstein.
We know there are pedophiles. That's a real thing. We know there are psychos who get very wealthy and want specific things. Look, there's people that drink rhino horn tea.
Exactly.
Right? Why do they drink rhino horn tea? Because the rhino is so endangered. It's so gangster to have rhino horn
experience.
Exactly.
You want
elite experience.
And what you're talking about is this. It's such an important concept. Is that some people, like, if you wanted to pay for an underage prostitute, you can pay for that. There are women that would be prostitutes underage. The people that we're talking about in the Epstein files that wanted underage girls, specifically because they weren't all underage. Some of them wanted overage girls. Some of them were just scientists. They weren't all compromised. But the ones that wanted underage girls, they specifically want what they couldn't have. Because if you wanted sex that you're allowed to have, you just wanted a young girl, you could just go pay for that. What Epstein was doing is he was recruiting girls that were from like American families and kind of tricking them and coercing them. Like, they wanted a girl that they wanted the experience of coercing. Some of these people, not all of them, want the experience of I am doing this to a girl that I am coercing, I am manipulating, or I'm just straight up being physically violent to get this thing. Because if you wanted a willing 16-year-old, those do exist.
But the thing about these really wealthy, high-profile people, and, you know, Eric Weinstein was highlighting this to me once. He was saying,
smart dude. I like
very
him.
Smart dude.
Yeah.
And he wasn't making any accusations at all, but he was just talking overall. He goes, I think there are people out there that can facilitate experiences for discrete clients, and that it's very valuable. Yeah. Like, look at the guy who gave Epstein that house in Manhattan. He gave him.
You mean Leslie Wexner?
Yeah, the guy from Victoria's Secret.
Dude.
He gave him a $60 million mansion.
He did way more than that. He signed his entire power of attorney to him.
You're so cool. I'm going to give you a house.
No, he gave him the keys to the entire castle of all of Victoria's Secret and Abercrombie and Fitch and all of L Brands.
When you find out that people who worked at Nickelodeon are pedophiles, you go, oh,
foot fetishist, no less.
Right. If you're going to be a pedophile, go be around kids, like if you could be, and sneak around. Okay, wouldn't you think that here Sacha Baron Cohen thought he had exposed pedophile ring while filming Who is America? Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
My concierge said
they could do something.
We can help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, things happen out at it's kind of crazy. Do you remember Andrew Breitbart got killed?
I do remember.
And he was exposing
a heart attack.
Exactly.
Right?
He was exposing Acorn because how oh man, I'm totally blanking on our boy these days that does all the
O'Keefe? James O'Keefe.
You know that James O'Keefe got his start with Breitbart on that story exposing Acorn, and what they did is they sent James O'Keefe and this other female reporter into Acorn,
and O'Keefe pretended to be a pimp.
They asked them for help setting up a underage sex trafficking ring, and the people at Acorn,
I didn't know it was underage.
Yeah, that was they wanted help setting up an underage sex trafficking ring using children from Guatemala or from Central America.
Did they say that in the meeting?
It's on. That was what was on tape.
What?
Yeah, it blew my mind when I read it. I was like, what are we talking about right now? Because I didn't know that history because I wasn't paying attention back then. And that is the story, is that he went in and asked for help setting up I don't think he was probably using the words like 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds. I assume that he was like implying like 16-year-olds, but I don't know. But that's the story.
How did he phrase it?
I don't know. It's not. You can't. I mean, I can't find those videos anymore. I've looked.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure they're somewhere, and I'm sure that James O'Keefe could tell the story.
What happened with him and Project Veritas?
I don't know. I have no idea. And it's a whole drama fest, and I try to stay. I mean, I usually try to stay out of the drama in the modern industry because it's like it'll just waste your time.
Conspiracy drama. There's drama inside the drama industry.
There's drama in every industry, dude.
There's drama in the drama class.
But yeah, he went in and asked for help setting up this ring, and they allegedly said, "Yeah, here's how you do it. We'll help you. And that's what the case they brought against Acorn was.
Right.
Before Andrew Breitbart mysteriously died, and then the coroner that did his autopsy mysteriously died. It's like that was such a weird one to stumble upon because I didn't know I was about to stumble upon it. Yeah, and people can look. I mean, everyone should look up anything that I say. Always, people should always just look it up and just start typing things in that I'm saying, and see if you can figure it out and what you think. Because I am not an expert. I'm just a dude that is looking things up, and I try to be really thorough. But
was it Breitbart or Drudge that was the first victim of these coordinated anti-advertising campaigns?
I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Where advertisers all pull out to try to tank you, like what they tried to do to Elon?
Exactly.
I don't know.
They do it strategically.
I think it was done to both, probably, but I don't know.
But I think the first one that they did it on, I think it was Breitbart. I think Breitbart was on this super rapid upward trajectory, and they just completely tanked the revenue. Was it Breitbart or is it? Do you remember, Jamie? Who was talking to us about that the other day? Was it Chase Hughes? Who was it?
No.
It might have been.
It is interesting how you can watch out over history. The more history you learn, the more you get to see where certain strategies, like deep state strategies, so to speak, or intelligence agency strategies, get invented, and then they start using them.
Might have been Mike Benz.
That would be a Mike Benz thing to say for sure.
It sounds like
I can
Mike
see
Benz.
that. He knows his shit. Yeah, he knows a lot of shit.
Okay, Breitbart Plus lost 90% of its advertisers in 2 months. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Who's still there? So this is the Washington Post making it seem like this is a normal thing. Oh, look, they lost other
Media
advertising.
frame
People
jobs.
pulled out because they're full of shit.
It's just another frame game.
No, they all coordinated to try to boycott them and kill them.
It's so crazy to have all of these tactics exposed in plain view now, and they still keep trying them. Did you see the thing that's going around today of the 22 different mainstream news sites all parroting the exact same thing? And
well, not just that, all the Congress people.
Yeah.
Did you see that? They're all saying the exact same thing.
I guess it's Congress people, not news anchors. It's just that now everyone is a.
It's fucking Pelosi and Schumer and all these different people. There's 12 of them now that they've got.
Oh, finally.
The exact same script.
Oh, it's more than 12. Alex Jones had a full 22 on his show, so they kept adding to it. At first, it was 2 of them early in the morning,
dumb. They
and then
all
it was
read
12,
the same
and then it was
script.
Yeah,
they're so dumb.
But they use a different tone of voice.
Well, they give their own spin on it because they're performers.
It's wild.
I've got to have my own creative control.
Yeah, but then you get into the people that are like, the whole world's a stage, trust the plan, Q's in control, and it's like, whoa, dude, calm down.
Yeah, you've gone too far. Well, then when you see that documentary on Q, you realize what kind of people you're dealing with.
Which documentary?
Did you see
the one that had the really cool
HBO
Q
one?
thing? Yeah, but I don't like trust a documentary like that either, because like HBO is like that's the definition of mainstream media. So I try to stay somewhere in the middle of that.
That is true, but I think HBO let this guy uncover this story accurately.
I believe it.
I had him in.
I'm pretty sure that I did see the documentary.
Yeah. It's like a multi-part, and it shows all the people that were involved in it, and it kind of highlights a guy who seems to be Q, who is like kind of an internet shit poster, fucking around, and when 4chan was in its heyday, back when all that shit was going down, like it's ripe for that kind of nonsense.
Oh yeah, perfect fertile ground for that kind of controlled reverse opposition, whatever bullshit psyops. And that's where, for me, the bottom line is, can I corroborate it with primary sources? And Q is the definition of no. Of course I can't.
Right.
It's like, what is it, a time traveler that's coming back that's telling us how to save the world or something? Like, I don't understand.
Do you think stuff like Pizzagate, like when they had that guy come in and fire off that shot, I felt like that was a great way to put a halt to all the looking into the Podesta emails.
What that was.
Because then all of a sudden it's a kook thing. Now it's a crazy person and a dangerous person because he's got a gun. You're causing dangerous people to take their guns.
Just like with the vaccines, it's like they always have to make it dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It's dangerous to say that this might have side effects, right?
Because if you read those emails,
exactly right.
Those emails are bananas.
They're not explained.
They're talking about young kids who are going to be coming to a party to have fun. They'll
be in the pool, and they will be there for sure. $65,000 worth of hot dogs flown from Chicago for a White House party.
The whole thing is like very weird.
Did you ever see the archived Instagram post from James Alefontis' Instagram?
No.
Because that's a dark place. So there's so many layers to Pizzagate that they tried to cover up intentionally for very good reason.
Well, how about
Oh my God.
Well, the thing is, I avoid, in the way I've talked about it, I've avoided all the symbols and logos and even some of the pizza stuff because I think there's so much more ripe, clear evidence that is way more powerful. And James Alefontis' Instagram account is a great example where
can you find it online?
So you cannot find it on Instagram anymore. It's only been archived onto other sites, which is kind of sketchy because it's like, how do I know you're not adding photos and stuff? So you kind of have to dig and dig and dig and cross-reference over and over and over to make sure that you're getting sort of like the consensus, because everyone watched as it happened. So people like Liz Crokin, people like Alex Jones, like they saw these things come out. And you can find plenty of different archives of all of James Alefontis' Instagram posts. And there are things like photos of children with their arms taped to tables, and the caption is, looks like a fun time. And then people that have always been commenting on his posts, like the people that are interacting with his posts all the time, have even weirder Instagrams where it's like kill room, and there's a coffin that's open and things like that. There's like a photo of like a walk-in freezer, and it's like, man, looks like you've been having a fun weekend. Things like that are just super dark. And a bunch of babies and a bunch of symbolism, a bunch of children, and it's all photos on their Instagram in plain daylight. And they all got scrubbed, obviously. And that's not to mention Podesta's art collection and the Marina Abramovich connections. It goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the Clintons with the Haiti scandals, with the cocaine in Arkansas. It's like the thing is that we sound crazy. I sound crazy to someone that doesn't do their own research because you just there's so many layers of like crazy shit that's happened with some of these people that if you don't know the history of a person like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, it's really easy to think, oh, that's just so insane that you would think that they would be involved in it. And first of all, they frame it in the articles about Pizzagate. They say Hillary Clinton was the mastermind of a global pedophile sex trafficking ring, all headquartered in this pizza shop, which is not what anyone ever claimed.
Right. So as soon as you can discredit that, you discredit the whole thing.
Classic frame job, which Nancy Pelosi explains very well, where you make a false claim and you say that's what they're saying, and then you discredit the false claim. But if you really learn the history of the Clinton family, just as one example,
Did you ever read the death of Vince Foster?
No. But I know a little bit about the Foster situation and a couple of those weird deaths earlier on.
I read that book.
I should read that.
Back in the Dizzy, and that's what
So the next thing is
because that guy died.
minus 800.
Where there was less blood at the scene that was missing from his body, and the gun was still in his hand.
I was actually just reading about that specific murder in Whitney Webb's books like 2 nights ago because she goes over that too because it's a huge question mark.
The gun was in his hand. The gun's never in your hand.
And his family claimed that wasn't the right gun. He had a black gun, and his family was like, no, he owned a silver gun. all these weird things. They never found the bullet, like all sorts of things that just don't add up. And that was right after Epstein had first walked into Bill Clinton's life. That was between White House visit number 1 and White House visit number 2, while Epstein was funding the refurbishing of the entire West Wing of the White House.
I'm glad you brought up Epstein, because there was a point that I was going to make earlier that I forgot. The Epstein situation is identical to the Manson situation.
You think so? Explain what you mean.
This is why.
I mean, I think you don't mean that literally. I think you mean that in a more metaphorical way,
the
right?
structure. The structure of how you...
So the thing is, I don't even know what to do with them. I would just want diamond gear.
To do something evil. To do something where you can get dirt on people or compromise people or accomplish an objective. You would get someone who's already fucked up.
Oh, 100%.
And then you get that fucked up person and you help them, run this cult, or you help them get girls.
But you intentionally keep them separate.
Yeah.
You're not hiring them. They don't work for you.
Right.
They're a private entity. It's like layers of obfuscation.
Like if he wasn't personally a pervert, it wouldn't work.
Oh, not a chance. No.
Like think about, like the guy gets arrested for having sex with underage girls or getting them to do happy endings or wherever he did. So he gets arrested, and then the real weird thing is that he just gets out and gets like house arrest.
Yep.
And he gets like a little slap on the wrist, and then he's back in action with all these rich people again.
Yep.
Like really rich, influential people. Like Bill Gates is hanging out with them after he's already been arrested and convicted. Like that's bananas.
But
okay.
The point about
but he's got to already be fucked up. He can't be
100%.
like a straight edge, regular guy with a family and children that is just evil. No, you got to have him in on the thing. So if you got a guy you know is already a freak, you know he's already a nut, and he's already like doing
that's how you recruit him.
Blow and fucking hookers all the time, and maybe he's been caught with a few underage girls.
Well, when you study where he came from and how he got plucked from the Dalton School and then
that's
put
great.
Bear Stearns, and they got put through Bear Stearns.
I got fast here, very fast.
There
One thing I should have taken with me is
a banker at Bear Stearns, which he
rockets.
left when this big scandal broke that implicated him and the director Goldstein that had hired him and had been helping him up. And then he left and kind of took the fall and took the dirt with him. And then he went into the arms running businesses, which is where he met Maxwell, Daddy Maxwell, not daughter Maxwell, and Anand Khashoggi and Lease and all these other arms traffickers. And that's where he got into those. So it's like you walk slowly into these worlds. And as they're doing that, I'm imagining they're taking tabs on him, like, what kind of guy is this and what's he into? And he's working with arms traffickers. And some of those arms traffickers were famous for blackmail. Like Anand Khashoggi, he was famous for having his yacht filled up with cameras.
That's great. No.
That Trump is in on everything. It's a very complex thing.
That's great.
Trump's history is pretty weird. He bought the Plaza Hotel, which is where the Blue Suite parties that blackmailed J. Edgar Hoover happened. You remember? Do you know about those?
No. What year was that?
Oh, dude. So J. Edgar Hoover, the founder of the FBI. This is where I thought I was starting this fucking job to talk about GameStop and to talk about like financial markets and shit. And then I realized how important intelligence agencies and organized crime are to how the world works. And I got deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into like.
I don't want to miss out on some of the Epstein stuff.
Oh,
we come back to that.
Oh, we'll get there. This is all connected.
Oh, it's all connected.
I could talk about the Epstein stuff for fucking days and start all kinds of trouble for your podcast and shit. But,
well, I think that trouble's supposed to be coming out publicly.
I don't think it's gonna.
Wasn't there? So the FBI in New York guy had to step down, right?
Yeah.
They were saying they're withholding files.
Yeah.
So the Pam Bondi's office said that they just got thousands of files.
Allegedly. Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I've been saying that I'm like Charlie Brown with Lucy in the football.
Yeah.
You know, when she pulls the football away every time he thinks he's gonna get the kick it, and he goes falling on his ass.
Yeah.
That's how it feels.
You haven't read Whitney Webb's books, have you?
No.
You really should.
I've watched a lot of her stuff online.
So the thing about her stuff online is that
they're here too.
Way more unhinged on, because now she's very smart. She's very smart. She's on it, but she's now very concerned, rightfully so, about the sort of technocratic nature of what might be to come. But her research on
beautiful big slings, just on to those Endmans.
And we know who he was associated with. She has primary sources, pages of sources cited about who put him where, who he interacted with, who said what about him, who claimed what about his life, and it's like it's 2 full books and it's very well sourced. with primary sources cited all the way.
Oh yeah, 14.
And so it's like we don't actually really need the Epstein files to know what was going on. They'll hopefully include a lot of new details,
but don't we need it for rock solid proof? Like don't we need the
So take Leslie Wexner that we were talking about earlier. No, we already have the flight logs.
Do we have all of them?
Unredacted. All
really?
Of them. Yeah.
All of them. So
theoretically, the ones we know of.
And do we have flight logs with destinations?
Yeah.
So we know. So we know who went to the island.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're all there, and you can read them online. They're on archive.org, as well as other places. But Leslie Wexner is a great example. Leslie Wexner owns Victoria's Secret and L Brands,
up
right?
here.
He's the bank that bankrolled Jeffrey Epstein. And I was saying earlier that he signed the power of attorney over to Jeffrey Epstein so that Jeffrey Epstein was able to sell his assets, manage his assets, buy on his behalf. He could sell Victoria's Secret without Leslie Wexner in the room or even his knowledge if he wanted to, because that's the level of power of attorney that he signed over to Jeffrey Epstein when he was his money manager. And the reason why you do that is so that you can claim that you don't know about the operation. He was my money manager. I didn't know he was running this thing because I wasn't involved in any of those transactions. But what that meant is that Leslie Wexner damn well knew. We could go into Mega Group and we could go into his connections to Charlie Thompson and all these other things.
But I was saying about the Victoria's Secrets. If you're a pedophile, you want to work with kids. If you're a freak, what do? You get in the underwear.
That's how they were recruiting. Because they were recruiting from the Victoria's Secret modeling, and Jeffrey Epstein was claiming that he was a rep. But do you know about the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch that went down for running a sex trafficking ring?
Yeah.
He was Leslie Wexner's guy. When Leslie Wexner, he bought Abercrombie & Fitch in like 1990, maybe 91, 89. And then one of the first things he did was he put that dude into position as CEO. That was Leslie Wexner's dude. And he becomes the CEO, and he's gay, and he likes really hot young male models. And he started running a male sex trafficking ring out of Abercrombie & Fitch. So Leslie Wexner, this dude who is a self-proclaimed possessed by a demon.
What?
Yeah. Whitney has a whole chapter where she goes into this article that was done by a mainstream news source like 10, 20 years ago where they're interviewing Leslie Wexner and asking him about how he came to power and what's his secret. It's called his D-Book, D-Y-B-U-K, and you can read about this on Wikipedia as well. And he describes in his own words that he's possessed by a D-Book, which is like a Yiddish word for an evil demon that drives him for more and more and more and more. This is in his own words.
Is he
shit.
being hyperbolic? Is he joking around? Like,
no.
I'm possessed by a demon that just wants more and more. I just want to be successful.
No, I mean, I wasn't in the room, but I assume based upon the wording and how it's put,
Let's find it.
it's like
I want to read that.
It's like a billionaire. I mean, it's in the text. It's directly quoted in the text.
Protecting Form ending is a great.
In that backpack.
It's so good.
One Nation Under Blackmail.
One Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb. Highly recommend, but it's super dense. It's a hard read. I've read it 3 times now, and I still am taking notes and trying to look things up to understand it because she's just so researched. And it's things like this, where she's gone back to the original article where they were interviewing him, and he's just like a CEO. So they're just asking him, "What's your secret to success?" And he's like, "I'm possessed by I have a drive for more." And he chose the word D-Book, which is a Yiddish word.
So this is from New York Magazine interview.
Yeah, let's go F. Still a lot of things here.
Now perhaps it's time to reintroduce Leslie Wexner's D-Book. The demon that always wakes up in the morning with Wexner and tweaks and pulls at him. When he was a boy, his father called it tummel, a churning. So he feels molten and unformed, pricked by these spiritual pins and needles. He met this demon again when he was 40 and already worth $500 million. When he climbed the mountain in front of the house in Vale and almost froze to death and decided to change his life. This demon he calls terminal Schwilkes, which makes him wander from house to house, repeating the pattern of his childhood on a luxurious scale, wanting more, swallowing companies larger than his own. It is precisely the reason that Wexner has $1 billion and doesn't stop at, say, $5 million and a new Mercedes every other year, and what he calls normal life. Bridge on Wednesdays and bar mitzvahs on Saturdays, and the Winding Hollow Country Club in Columbus, which is like Buckingham Palace to him when he was 15.
Yeah. So that's just to point out that, he's a fucking weird dude. He's a sketchy dude.
Right.
He's running 2 sex trafficking rings out of his companies that he doesn't know anything about. And simultaneously, he founded, the Wexner Foundations and the Leslie Wexner Heritage Foundation. Those are also very interesting and controversial. They're very tied to Israel because he is one of the foremost Israeli philanthropists, despite being an American. But he founded what was called the Mega Group, which is essentially I mean, it was not disclosed for a long time. It was secret. And it is a group of Jewish billionaires that get together on behalf of global Judaism, which is not uncommon, and there's nothing wrong with that if they're not committing crimes. But they would get together and meet, and it's people like Leslie Wexner, Charles Bronfman, the list is... We could look it up. And that group, it...
Good Nacht. Good Nacht. Wait.
Jeffrey Epstein. And she's one that she shows all the primary sources and lays it all out. This is what we know, and this is where the source came from, and this is what it said, and these are possible explanations for it. Here's 1 or 2 or 3 explanations of what it might be, but we don't really know because this is as far as the evidence goes. And so Leslie Wexner is just one where there's all this swirling evidence all around him that in order for him to not be aware of what's going on and to not have been an active part of this is damn near unbelievable in my eyes, allegedly.
That's well covered. You did a good job of covering your bases there.
Yeah, which I've learned to do because I started on TikTok where you can't even say certain words or you'll get taken off of TikTok. So.
Right. Yeah, which is also fascinating.
Yeah, but like the files getting released, I am not expecting them to come out in any complete form because the mainstream understanding is that Jeffrey Epstein was the guy. Jeffrey Epstein was just an employee of these organized crime rings that work on behalf of like the CIA and Israeli Mossad and British intelligence and the whole, because organized crime is the black markets, the dark things, the sex, the drugs, the rock and roll, the child trafficking. And intelligence agencies were designed to be legitimate governments' point of access to organized crime. I mean, theoretically, intelligence agencies were supposed to be... Truman wanted the intelligence agencies to be a newspaper about what's going on in the world for the president to know. Right? But Allen Dulles was not about that. Allen Dulles, founder of the CIA, was like, I want to do covert operations. And very immediately, covert operations were like overthrowing the government of Guatemala, Iran, buying the elections in Italy.
Okay.
They bought the elections in Italy by just passing giant bags of cash to the mafia so that they would just go buy the election right after World War II because they needed to not let Italy fall to the communists, where the Vatican is. So the CIA, though Truman okayed it, hoping that it would be a newspaper, the CIA has been covert operations from the start. And covert operations is all about public-private partnerships so that you can't have it traced back to you, right? Because if you get caught doing MKUltra shit, the government's fucked, right?
Right.
And so what they want to do is they want to outsource MKUltra shit or child trafficking shit or drug running shit to that shell company that's hiring that guy that works at that organized crime, right?
And the same way USA does it with NGOs.
Bingo. And that is all. And so that's what the deep state is. The deep state is the conglomerate of organized crime and intelligence agencies that work in the shadows as well as the halls of power, but they're not supposed to exist and we're not supposed to know about them. But they've always existed because before we even founded the CIA during World War II, there was this bombing of this ship in a port on the eastern seaboard. The USS Liberty is confusing my memory right now. It was called Operation Underworld. There's a Wikipedia page about Operation Underworld, and there's a whole bunch more about it. Is the ship blows up in the harbor, and they were building this big new ship. It would have been in the early 40s, I believe. It was during World War II. Outside of World War II, and the ship was blown up.
Here it is.
And it's not clear if it was German U-boats. There are reports that later Meyer Lansky and the mob took credit for it, like low-key, but we don't really know for sure who blew it up. But when it blew up, the U.S. government got really worried that they had no way to secure the ports along the eastern seaboard because all the ports were run by the mob because the mob ran all the unions, right?
Okay.
And so they, rather than trying to wrestle the control of the ports back from the mob, they just went to the mob and said, we'll partner with you. If you guys lock down the ports, we'll let you kind of do your thing. And that's kind of what Operation Underworld is all about.
Right.
And so what they did during World War II is they literally gave control over the entire eastern seaboard. I mean, I'm being facetious, but they gave control over all the ports on the eastern seaboard to the goddamn drug smugglers, like to the mob, which their favorite thing is to smuggle things. Drugs, weapons, guns, kids, whatever. I don't know. And so before the CIA was even founded, the OSS, the intelligence agency during the wartime, was already partnering with organized crime. And the people that founded those intelligence agencies, like Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles, they were corporate lawyers. And that's, can I just keep going on this? Because this is like, this is,
let him cook.
This is the thing that blew my mind, right?
That would be
I was
other
trying
one.
to research GameStop and shit. And then I started to realize that there's this whole monstrosity that is an official part of our government, these intelligence agencies, that when you really learn their history and read about their official history, let alone their history that sort of is still secret, it is very clear that they've been off the rails right from the start. And that's true inside of every, like, whether you're reading Legacy of Ashes and The Devil's Chessboard, very well-researched official books about this shit, or if you're doing internet research. And the reason why you'd start an intelligence agency using a corporate lawyer instead of, like, a doctor or a military guy or something is because a corporate lawyer is already familiar with all of the big CEOs of all the big corporations, right? Allen Dulles worked at Sullivan and Cromwell as a lawyer, and so he was very familiar with I.G. Farben producing Zyklon B for the Nazis. He was familiar with Standard Oil. He was familiar with shipping companies and fruit companies and all these companies all over the world, and he's got good connections with them all. And so you hire one guy, Allen Dulles, and you have just hired an entire network of multinational corporations, theoretically to work on behalf of the U.S. But when you read the histories and you read what Allen Dulles was saying behind closed doors and everything, what he was doing is he was hiring the U.S. government in order to fund a corporate slush fund for corporations to utilize this power, this newly government-bestowed power, to essentially wage violence that is sanctioned.
Still want to go to the ship?
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because all those corporations, the perfect example is Guatemala. United Fruit Company had bought up all this land in Guatemala and was growing bananas like crazy. And a lot of the land was just sitting vacant. And Jacobo Arbenz comes into power, and he's like, this is bullshit. There's this American corporation that's owning all of our land, that's making all of us poor, and they're not even using a bunch of this land. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy back the land. He didn't take it. He bought it back from the United Fruit Company, and he was going to distribute it for free to all the farmers that were destitute, which is like socialist, kind of, but it's also pretty badass to use like your government money to buy all your farmers' land from this multinational corporation, but that pissed United Fruit off. And this is right as the CIA was getting founded, and United Fruit was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell, and Allen Dulles was a lawyer there, right? So United Fruit goes to Allen Dulles. His brother, John Foster Dulles, was the Secretary of State. Yeah, Secretary of State. So these two brothers that are both lawyers for Sullivan and Cromwell are the director. Well, technically Allen Dulles was not yet the director of CIA, but he was like the founder. He just had a beef with Truman and with the
protection. Oh my god, that's so good.
And so United Fruit goes to them and is like, hey,
and
can we overthrow this piece of shit? Because he's fucking with our business, right? So this is like how corporations wanted this government-sanctioned power. And they, through those two brothers, lobbied the United States, propagandized the United States. They hired propaganda artists to propagandize them.
So
and they painted him as a communist right at our doorstep. And then the CIA went in, and through a series of kind of somewhat botched attempts called PB Success and Operation Success and Operation PB Success.
Needs to go up.
They overthrew the government of Guatemala, and they ousted him. They bombed Guatemala City, and they got rid of him, and they put in their own dictator that started 30 years of absolute devastation and like military rule and just death mark, like really dark shit that basically tore Guatemala apart on behalf of United Fruit. They did the same thing in Iran like 3 years later with Kermit Roosevelt, where it became this thing where these multinational corporations that are affiliated with this intelligence agency, partnerships and through the network, they started to utilize Allen Dulles and the CIA in general on their behalf to do things for the corporate interest, because they are the power players in this world. They always have been the power players in this world. And they had been itching for quite some time to get that government-sanctioned ability to wage violence against anyone around the world. And we've been doing that ever since.
Just in this direction.
On behalf of the corporate blob, which is not always distinguishable from organized crime. and just going off and whacking people and overthrowing governments and starting coups, like right to this day, to like Ukraine 2014.
And they can do it without being directly connected.
So yeah, the concept
just like
of
the USA
plausible
thing.
deniability. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
You set it up in a series of shells, and the darker it is, the more you have to kind of separate it, so that when Jeffrey Epstein goes down, no one knows who he worked for.
Right.
He worked for intelligence, and I was told to leave him alone.
Right.
And so you're left to speculate who he worked for, and that's why we are left to rely on sources like Webb, who's done sort of the definitive dig, because they won't fucking tell us, because a bunch of them are black people. Yeah. And it's all it's not like it's literally a cabal of shadowy dudes around one table. It is just an alignment of many different interests, different families, different corporations, different bankers, or organized crime groups, all sort of playing games for power. And these guys have that much power, and those guys have that much power, and interests tend to align. Like the general vibe in the corporations will probably align with the vibe of the bankers, and their vibe will probably align a fair bit with some of this organized crime stuff. And we'll fund this terrorist organization, Mujahideen, until it's not convenient anymore. And then we'll actually use them as a patsy to go to war, because there's terrorists over there, god damn it. Right?
That's crazy.
And they've gotten quite good at kind of weaving those narratives through their operations that they've, right? And they've gotten quite good at kind of weaving those narratives through their operations that they've either covered up or exposed what they wanted to in various ways to kind of steer our narrative around what we know. But when you actually read the history, it's like, holy shit. It's crazy how much.
Did you ever read Smedley Butler's War is a Racket?
Oh, yeah, dude.
So that was 33. So in 33, it was still going on like that, and he was waking up to it as he was leaving his military career.
Do you know about the business
up,
plot,
Jamie?
about what they tried to do with him?
No. Oh, yes, I do. He wanted to take over the country.
No, he saved the country from
right,
it.
but not that he wanted
all the industrialists
they wanted him to be a part of
there's almost a Nazi coup in the 30s where we almost got taken over by our own military and became Nazis, because Prescott Bush and a bunch of his other buddies were on Team Nazi. And it's because they were all funding the Nazis, and they wanted us on that team.
And they tried to recruit Smedley Butler to be the lead of this. And take over the country.
I suspect, I'm always kind of forming my understanding research by research, but I suspect that it was World War I where they realized how much power you can have if you're funding both sides of a war.
Look at this quote. I spent 33 years in active military service, and during that period I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business. For Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. Smedley Butler, 1935.
He was one of the most decorated Marines, or was he in the Army, of all time? General?
Unfucking believable.
Yeah, War is a Racket is a relatively short book that anyone can buy online, and I highly recommend it to everyone. That paired with...
but that's so wild that was 33.
Oh, yeah, and it's still going on to this day.
And the general public hasn't even had a whisper of this. Like the average normie, probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Like, when did this start making it into the zeitgeist? Obviously in films.
I think when Elon bought Twitter. Right. And it's still not making it into the mainstream zeitgeist, but and you've played a big part in this too, this whole decentralized media space. As technology naturally walks forward, I think that we're living in this world where all these rich people, all these evil, controlling sickos of varying degrees, they come from a world where they could control everything. They could control the newspapers, they could buy out the press, they could pay for journalists.
Yes.
And that strategy walked itself into technology, and suddenly technology is just naturally walking forwards, and this just changes the game. Like, you can't use those old strategies when you have a phone and internet and social media, and we're watching the cognitive sort of breakdown of their old ways that they don't know how to adapt, and it's just scheme after scheme after scheme is crumbling.
Right.
And the secret is just free speech. That's all you need, is free speech and communication on the internet.
And Doge.
Yeah. Doge is how you actually go after it.
But you need someone who's pretty balls out.
Oh, yeah.
You need a guy like Elon that has...
I was glad that Elon said the stuff about assassination on the podcast the other day, because that needs to be said, is that they are taking great risk. Even Pam and Cash, all of them, are taking great risk to do this. And it would not be the first time that someone's spouse had been whacked, or someone's kids had been threatened, or they'd created a scandal. Like, do you know about the scandal of the Chappaquiddick Bridge with Chappaquiddick? With Ted Kennedy, it was, right?
Yeah.
That is such a great illustration of how, it might not even be you that they go after. It might be just, there's all sorts of ways that if you do the wrong thing, allegedly, they might come after people around you.
Yeah.
And so people like Cash and Pam and RFK are taking on a lot of risk. And that's also why I think that my following is real conspiratorial, usually. Like, I'm moderate compared to most of my people. And there's a lot of suspicion of these guys right now. Like, they must already be controlled if they can even. Like, I don't know.
I don't know about that because I used to think, well, listen, I think there's definitely some manipulation of voting. Okay? I'll say that.
Oh, yeah, that's the holy grail you can't say, dude.
Yeah, I say it because I think, listen, at some level, for sure. Now, let's talk about the Hunter Biden laptop. Yeah. Now, when you have 51 former intelligence agents claiming that this is Russian disinformation, and then you have the government getting it removed, Twitter complying, you can't even post a link for the fucking New York Post.
Yep.
Like the second oldest newspaper in the country, right? Legitimate newspaper.
When the FBI had the laptop already.
Right. So that, in the time of an election, is election interference.
Straight up.
So that is manipulation of voting.
Yeah, until Trump came in, that was the only election interference that I was willing to talk about because it was very provable, very obvious.
Another obvious portal, which is California and New York, will allow you to show your ID when you vote. There's only one reason why you would do that, because you want people voting that shouldn't be voting, and you want it to count because you want to win.
Yep.
Right?
And more we're seeing that they are literally importing voters and paying them with government money.
Yes.
With to huge amounts of money when we have homeless veterans on the street.
FEMA
we have
funds.
Over 300,000 children are missing that have crossed our border that we have delivered to unknown sponsors.
Well, I think the Trump administration very quickly, within the first couple weeks, found 90,000 of them. I don't know what the number is now.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, there was some. See if you can find that. The Trump administration accounted for. They started looking.
I know,
right? The first fucking, the first administration is like, I don't know where it is. The Biden administration
let's close the border and.
Well, we can't close the border. That's wrong.
Yeah.
The whole thing
they
was.
They literally locked up the guys that built the border wall, Steve Bannon and it was Steve Bannon and Dustin Stockton and I think one or two other people. When they wouldn't build it, these guys just went out and raised millions of dollars on their own, and they literally just started building border wall. Do you know about that?
I'd heard something.
I didn't know about that either. And then I now do a podcast every couple weeks with Dustin Stockton, who's a whole trip of guy. And he started telling me the story of what are you saying? I had no idea that they had literally just started building it from a private citizen standpoint until they arrested them.
Did you know that also before the election, all the border materials were for sale?
Yep.
They sold the border materials.
Yep. They were just trying to get everything out as fast as they could. They were deleting files and just giving out aid money and announcing more and more foreign war aid to Ukraine and Israel and everything.
It was like throwing gold off the Titanic.
Crazy, dude. Yeah. Yeah. And I am really excited for everything that's going to come out. But I'm also
before we go any further,
I'm reading into the kids. It's definitely a political thing.
Oh, the children are actually missing, BBC. Go fuck yourself.
Well, this says that they had them, I guess, in records, and then when they sent court notices out, they just don't come to their court date, so they consider them missing.
Okay, that can make sense. But I think the Trump administration accounted for quite a few of them.
That part I don't know. That's what they're saying.
You're not going to find them on BBC.
Well, I'm just all right.
So don't put that Trump administration finds missing kids. Try that.
Yeah. Because I work with this guy named Ryan Mata who spent 3 years of his life going to the border with his own dollars and filming documentaries about this and interviewing the people that rescue trafficked children and actually interviewing whistleblowers from within the Biden regime's trafficking scheme, the people that were dropping kids off with sponsors.
Bottom
and
one,
stuff.
Sean fucked.
Sean Fuchs.
But listen to what it says there. The Trump administration is allegedly located between 75,000, 80,000 of the 300,000 missing migrant children, according to Harris Faulkner of Fox News.
This is without a link to a source.
Okay, but
source, trust me, bro.
Just Google Harris. Right, I understand. But Google Harris Faulkner,
I would
Fox
love
News.
for that to happen.
Harris Faulkner.
And I suspect that
Fox News.
every single there's every incentive for Trump to find them and to do something about it. But I think the vast majority of them are dead. unfortunately.
So that's a Facebook link.
And this is the thing, is that there are certain topics that are so disinformationalized and so sensationalized that when you start to research into them, you realize you're inside of this media madness that it's so hard to find the truth. And COVID was one of those, and J6 was one of those, the elections was one of those.
Yeah.
And when you find that, it becomes, for me, it sets a bell off. Is A, I'm in something I should learn about, but B, I have to be very careful. And I don't know, and you never know what you can trust in those spaces. And so that's where I change my switches for what to believe, and I kind of open up the bandwidth in terms of take it all in, but be very skeptical, because that's where you get wild conspiracy theories that are unproven, and trust me. And then you also get all kinds of propaganda trying to obfuscate the narrative.
Yeah, that's a big factor that people need to be aware of, is purposeful misinformation that gets inserted into a narrative to make that narrative ridiculous.
Yep.
They've
done
that.
There's whole conspiracy theories that I think are like that. And Q might be one of them. I don't know. I think Flat Earth is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Flat Earth was someone did that as a goof, and then they couldn't believe how much it took.
Yeah, right.
But if you can speak well, and you're articulate, and you have compelling things that you're saying, and there's no counter. Bullshit.
Yeah.
And so you could trick a certain number
I get
of people.
why. Like, think about how much, right, so 10 years ago, Alex Jones was saying that the whole government's controlled by pedophiles, and he was a psychopath, or I guess more than 10 years ago now. And then Jeffrey Epstein got caught.
Dude, I talked to people about it back then.
Right?
And they thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah,
and
you were a
nut. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a fucking island. They take them to an island. They get them fucked up
There's
on
more
drugs.
than one island, too. There's been a few islands.
Yeah, you think that's the only place they do that?
No. Yeah.
There's probably some super secret place in China that they all go to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're all over Mexico. They're all over, yeah, imagine what is in Mexico. The government of Mexico has been partnered with the cartels for at least 2 administrations, is what it looks like. And the cartels are just, running that whole game, that whole sort of northwestern, corner of Mexico. I can only imagine what we'll find down there.
Really hilarious is the blue and on Twitter people, the kooky ones who are like, yeah, you're going to go after the cartel. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. The greatest military force the world has ever known versus drug runners. Are you out of your fucking mind?
The cartels are highly militarized. They're extremely advanced, but they're not going to compete with us. No.
I had my friend Evan Hafer on here from Black Rifle Coffee, and he was talking about, do you understand the kind of, these are very capable people, no doubt. Do you understand the kind of ultra violence that they will experience if they let these, fucking SEAL team guys go after the cartel people?
Because those are proud Americans that have been itching to defend our nation. They have been itching for the ability to actually do something meaningful.
And that's also the place where, look, Afghanistan doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, it was an opium operation.
Right. Oh, yeah, that too. We can get to that.
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't make sense that we would send troops over there. It makes sense that we would send troops after the cartels. If you think about the amount of death that occurs in the United States because of fentanyl overdoses, where you have tainted drugs that are coming in across the border and killing people left at unprecedented
children,
levels.
Taking kids from families. My whole generation was devastated by it. My whole generation.
Everyone today knows someone who died of an overdose. Everyone does. That was very uncommon when I was in high school.
And the problem is that it was not just illegal fentanyl and illegal heroin. The problem is that the Sackler family and the pharmaceutical industry was in on it, and so doctors were prescribing it to normal people. And it was just devastating our whole population all at once. It's so tragic.
That Painkiller documentary on Netflix is fucking or the docudrama series.
Yeah, and so the administration now in Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, she is like the protege of AMLO, who was the leader of that same party from before, and I think he served 2 terms. It's been something like the last 6 to 8 years or something. Their official cartel policy is hugs, not bullets. And what they basically describe is we're causing more death by going after the cartel, and we'll just agree to not touch them. We'll just agree to leave them alone. And I'm kind of exaggerating again, but hugs, not bullets is their official slogan for their policy about the cartels. So it makes sense for us to fucking do something. It's like, we'll do the bullets. You can keep your hugs. Thank you very much. Right?
I wonder what's going to happen with that. Because they did declare them a terrorist organization.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried. I kind of came out a little hot, and I posted something on Twitter that was like, no fucking drone strikes inside of the U.S. No, sir. No, you're not. Because the way that the sort of announcement was worded of we're declaring cartel members, terrorist organizations, we will be and drone strikes are like totally A-okay on that, is what someone was saying about it. And I was like, where's the line on allowing the targeting of cartel? Because once you start targeting terrorists, that's why 9/11 was so subversive, is it turned everyone into a possible enemy of the state that can be shipped off to Guantanamo, because terrorism is just this elusive concept.
Right.
And anyone can just become a terrorist if we just call them a terrorist. Propaganda.
And there was people shipped off to Guantanamo who were definitely innocent.
100%.
And did time and got released.
Oh yeah.
You want to radicalize someone? Send them to Guantanamo Bay for a decade for something they didn't do.
Right. And you brought up the Hunter Biden laptop and those 51 intelligence agents. I wanted to look into it. So I looked at the letter itself and I actually read the letter. And on the letter at the bottom, they all signed it. And if you just start Googling the people that signed it, the very first two names were ex-directors of the CIA that lied to us about Guantanamo Bay and lied to us about surveilling American citizens and lied on the stand. And so they are professional liars that are from the intel agencies that are saying, oh, no, like Hunter Biden's all good, above board. It's like, why would we ever trust that? But that's how powerful spin is, when every media article parrots that, no, it wasn't made in a lab. There's no evidence it was made in a lab. That couldn't be true.
Yeah.
Everyone just believes it because we want to believe that that's how the world is.
We used to. Don't you think that over the last 4 years, COVID was probably the biggest wake-up call ever for people?
Yeah. I mean, it was my wake-up call. I was a leftist that didn't think about shit before COVID.
Me too.
No, you thought about shit. You just didn't think about
I thought about shit, but I was pretty much a leftist.
Totally.
And
100%.
then I was like, oh, this is fake.
Yep. And to
this
be fair,
whole thing's fake.
I think we're kind of both still sort of leftists, what left should be.
Socially progressive.
We need, because politics is supposed to be a balance.
Right.
We need regulation of corporations. That's a leftist ideology.
Yes.
But we need individual liberty, and we're supposed to have a balance of the two.
Yes.
And I think my theory is that it used to be easier to control the right because it was a big money party and you could go to war with them and you could lead us around by the right. But as technology came in, they realized it was way easier to spin narratives to the collectivists. And if you can get all the collectivists, the leftists, to go along with the narrative, that's way more effective than these individual liberty people with the guns.
Well, also you're controlling all the universities if you have the leftists. You have the narrative that you essentially program the culture as it then leaves the universities and enters into the workforce.
The most ignorant people ready to be programmed coming in. I mean, that's always how communist revolutions have been programmed.
Well, we were talking about this with Jordan Peterson, where people were saying, what is the big deal? This is like 2015, 2016, when Jordan Peterson and when Brett Weinstein first started emerging. And before that, I was talking about these crazy things that were going on in universities, and people were like, why are you paying attention to these fringe things that kids are doing? I'm like, they're going to graduate. These are the people. These aren't the people who 30 years ago were studying in school, trying to figure out what career to get into and job. No, they want to change the world with activism now. Everyone wants to be an activist in every job you take. Everything you take is supposed to enact social justice. That is supposed to be and then you're given this as like your social credit system when you're in the universities, and then you leave. Like, I still want to be the good person. I still want to be the person that everybody applauds. I will do the right thing. I will say the right things. And then you get DEI in the workforce. Like, oh, great, it's all here now. We're all together.
And in a world with no meaning, where like life is meaningless for 99% of the population, you give them meaning, and they will cling to that till
you're
they
on the
die.
good team now. You're on a team.
Yeah.
You're on a team.
And I understand it because I come from that. I come from one of the most liberal cities in this fucking country.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, COVID's happening, and I was taking it really seriously. Like, my last Facebook post was like, all young people, we should lock down and take this really fucking seriously. And then all my roommates were like, hey, let's go down to Seattle and do the BLM protests. And I'm like, whoa, like, you're a mask Nazi. You're like on me about my masking, and you're trying to go burn down Seattle in a group of like 100,000 people? What? And so they all went down to Seattle, and I'm back at home, and I mean, I still love them to death. Like, if they watch this, like, no shade to them. Like, but I'm at home watching the live streams of the BLM protest, and I'm like, where'd that pallet of bricks come from?
Right.
And that got me thinking.
Where'd that pallet of bricks come from? Over and over and over again. And there's all these explanations. Well, there's a construction site.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something about construction sites. Bricks are fucking expensive. They don't leave bricks laying around like that because people would steal them and take them to their construction sites. That shit happens all the time. If you leave copper piping on a construction site overnight, people just steal
Especially
that
downtown where there's meth heads everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah,
why you got a basket of fucking bricks?
No. And so then the thing is, I start asking a question. I ask one question in that leftist environment, and it's just like, don't ask questions. And it's like, I'm fucking out of here.
Well,
and that's
Chase Hughes was talking about that when he was talking about COVID. Like, what are the ways you can clearly see that something is a psyop? First, you're not allowed to question anything.
Yep. 100%. And questions are met with like obey the herd, like and they demonize you, and they don't ever attack the arguments. They don't ever engage with the arguments.
No.
And that's what I love about the job that I've fallen into as a sort of like researcher, is that I have no problem with being wrong. My favorite moments in my career so far have been when someone's proved me wrong, and I've been like, oh shit, thanks, bro. I didn't know that. I'm gonna research that and look it up, because some people can get trapped in their ego and need to stay on some hill and die there.
Right.
But like, that's retarded. You don't need to do that. It's a progress for intelligence, for like learning. That's what the Academy of Ideas was built on, right?
Right.
And so having this culture of censorship and of herd mentality, especially in universities, is the most toxic thing to our national security we could ever incorporate.
Yeah, it's a perfect thing that a foreign company or a foreign government would do to the United States in order to ruin us. And this is what Yuri Bezmenov talked about in the 1980s.
Bingo. That's such a formative speech to watch.
That speech is
Everyone
crazy.
should watch that speech.
And it's ironically in 1984
that
he's saying this.
Well, I mean, these tactics are old. Like, I mean, they go, and I more and more started to look at like, we changed from kinetic warfare at the atom bomb to like psyop and subversive and information warfare. And we were still doing kinetic warfare, but it was all these little proxy wars that were based on propaganda and like in order to spin narratives, in order to get support. And more, as technology has evolved, one of my kind of shticks is that the warfare is information warfare now, because what they need to do is they need to convince everyone that COVID is real and that you need to lock down and you need to wear your mask and you need to take the vaccine so we can profit. And all of that is information.
Yeah.
And that changes it from soldiers fighting soldiers to government agencies, or rather NGOs and all these conglomerates of money like groups essentially targeting all of us, and we become the targets of that warfare. And so it's on us to get educated and
What's
to learn.
fun though is when they try to spin a narrative to try to cover up their tracks, and it just winds up exposing more people to what's actually going on. One of my favorite ones was when Geraldo Rivera was in Afghanistan going through the poppy fields with the United States military guarding the poppy fields. You never seen this?
I know what you're talking about, but I don't think I've seen it.
Amazing.
Yep.
It's amazing because he's in full propaganda gaslight mode. And he's explaining why it's important to protect these poppy fields. Because these farmers,
this is their livelihood.
We're protecting them from the Taliban.
Poor farmers.
We have to help these people.
Because the Taliban shut down the opium production. The Taliban outlawed opium production and burned all the fields and got rid of it all.
So he's literally talking to this officer in front of the poppy fields. You see these guys with fucking
crazy.
Guarding
U.S.
the poppy
military,
fields.
right?
Yes. Why? Play this.
Oh my God.
Play this.
We're going to head to Afghanistan this morning. One of the biggest obstacles
Let's go.
This morning.
U.S. troops there
We're going to head to
is the
Afghanistan.
opium trade. The Taliban is using it to intimidate the population.
From province is Geraldo Rivera. Good morning to you, Geraldo. Tell us what you've seen during your days there in Afghanistan.
Hi, Allison, Dave, and Clayton. Yes, in some ways, the Marines' brilliantly executed invasion of Marjan, this town in the middle of Helmand province, was the easy part. The hard part now is governing this province, a province, as you suggest, that has become addicted to opium in many, many ways. That is the principal crop that is being grown here. The Taliban lend the farmers the money. They are indebted to the Taliban. They have to grow the opium. Now the Marines, in their success, are in a sense a victim of their success, because now the population is, they have these opium fields, and we are tolerating it. We are tolerating the cultivation of the opium because we know that if we were to destroy it now, the population would turn against the Marines, and it would be a real security risk. Let me introduce Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christmas. He's the commanding officer.
You really can't make this up.
It gets better.
Really a wonderful group of Marines here. I know that you care deeply about this contradiction, the fact that here you have one of the best fighting forces in the world ever mounted, and in a sense, you're watching as this opium is being grown. I know it grinds at your gut. How do you deal with it? What are you doing about it?
Well, frankly, this is a part of their culture. So while it might grind in my gut, it's what they do. We provide them security. We're providing them.
He was given very strict orders that morning.
Alternatives or different crops to grow. They're getting the seed and the fertilizer.
They're getting different crops. Grow tomatoes, guys.
Yeah, right.
Hey, you can grow apples.
My favorite statistic about that era is I'm going to get the number wrong, but opium's only grown in so many places, right? And it used to be in the Vietnam region in Southeast Asia, the Golden Triangle. Then it changed to the Golden Crescent, which is Afghanistan. And when that era happened, it was something like 70%, 80% of the world's opium supply was coming from Afghanistan. And if you just do a little math and think it through, you realize that we have this gigantic opioid market of legal opioids, of the Sackler family and all these pharma companies. And you realize that it's physically impossible for them not to be in on this scheme, because where are they growing their opium? They're not growing it here. They're not growing it in like Africa. So it, like, by definition, when you just think through what's going on here, you realize that some of those opium fields are illegal heroin, and some of those opium fields are big pharma.
It coincides with the opioid crisis
Direct
in America.
one-to-one, dude.
The pharmaceutical grade prescribed opioid crisis in America, as it goes up. And then you see at one point in time, Afghanistan was responsible for 94% of the world's opium.
Bingo. There's the stat.
While we are occupying. Now it's Myanmar, which also just went through a military coup.
Yep. I mean, they've always got to control. So opium has been one of the most important crops to control ever since the British Empire in like the days of tall ships. Yeah. You know about the Opium Wars with China?
Yes.
That was a funny history to learn about.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is that I've been basically learning everything from scratch as I've gone, because I didn't know shit. I was just
How
like
many
going
years you been in this?
2, less than 2.
That's so crazy.
I mean, like, I was learning
done
before
so well.
that.
You must be a plant.
I
You
know,
must
right?
Be some sort of an operative.
I'm a Mossad agent.
You're just good at it. Just, you know, if you're good at it, if you're Whitney Webb or if you're you or
it's
any
just
of
the
those people.
scientific process of having the right degree of like understanding of just like the right amount of like need to see primary sources and real evidence, and the ability to look and test a hypothesis and see what comes out, and not being attached to one conclusion beyond what the evidence actually suggests.
Also, not being afraid to seem foolish to the uninformed.
Absolutely.
Because so many people will dismiss most of what we've talked about today.
Yeah.
Offhand.
Yeah.
Without any, especially people that only consumed Wall Street Journal and mainstream media.
But I had the benefit of being a normie when I started, and so I walked my way in piece by piece.
So you know how they think.
Like, I started with all the BlackRock conspiracy theories. I started with who owns the media, who owns the tampon aisle, who owns all these things. And I would go into the grocery stores and do the videos in the grocery stores, where I would like go to the cereal aisle and be like, who owns all these cereals? And it turns out the entire cereal aisle is 3 companies. And I mean, the tampon aisle is even better, because they're all getting sued for having reprotoxic chemicals in the tampons.
Right.
Meaning they'll kill your reproductive system. And
well, not only that, toxic shock syndrome.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
And so that sort of, I like walked myself slowly into learning, and I walked my audience along with me. And I also developed this understanding of, I mean, I used to be a teacher, and so I have this a certain understanding of like, how do you communicate in a way that that's speaking from their perspective instead of from my perspective? Which right now I'm just talking to you instead of talking to them, because it's more fun.
Right.
But when I actually make my videos, I do my best to try to put myself in the shoes of who I'm trying to access, and what do they know, and what do I need to communicate and show evidence of for them to understand that like, you can look into this and check my sources.
Yeah.
And you can think about this. You have permission to think about this.
You do a very good job of citing your sources and telling people where to look if they want to find out more information about it too, because a lot of it is a real big deep dive.
And the most important part,
it's
by
also,
far.
It's like, unless you're a person who does it for a living, like the amount of time that it takes to find out about this stuff. And then even you, who's been in for 2 years doing this, like there's decades of layers you need to uncover, and it'll take forever. Like Whitney Webb's been doing it for how long?
Oh, I don't even know.
Alex Jones has been in the game for 30 plus years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's still always more to learn and always more to connect. And we get new information that puts new light on old situations. It just it's this constant rearranging game of understanding. And I just love that. I mean, yeah, most people don't have time for all of it, but as we're sort of stratifying into this ecosystem of content of like creators and journalists and thinkers, that we're all kind of collectively doing the work together, and some of us are more integral than others, some of us are just clickbaiters, and some of us are like, I'm somewhere in the middle. And then you get some people that are really professional about it, like problematically professional about it, like they can only get so much done.
Have you ever looked into the Oklahoma City bombing?
No, not much actually, not hardly at all. But I know it's one that's like one of those seminal moments.
That's a good one. First of all, the amount of damage to the building is not something that you would get from a fertilizer bomb. And the way a fertilizer bomb would work in front of the building, that building's blown out.
Exactly.
And the FBI was retrieving unblown not only that, the whole Timothy McVeigh thing is fucking wild. When you go down the rabbit hole and start looking into it, it seems like a false flag. It seems like someone else planted bombs inside that building and they blamed it on this fertilizer bomb.
What would that false flag have taken us to? Like, what did it achieve?
They passed different gun laws and different laws afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, 9/11 is the perfect example of that kind of false flag of this thing that's crazy that has all these questions that get covered up, and then we just go to war in the Middle East with a country
and we have the Patriot Act and the Patriot Act 2,
all
and now
spying,
NBA,
missing money, all these things.
Incredible amounts of control and surveillance now gets used on the population.
Who do you think did 9/11? Or like what conglomerate of groups do you think? We just go to war in the Middle East with a country
and
that
we have the Patriot Act and the Patriot Act 2,
all
and now
spying,
NBA,
cover up all the missing money, all these things.
Incredible amounts of control and surveillance now gets used on the population.
Who do you think did 9/11? Or like what conglomerate of groups do you think were involved?
Well, for sure the Saudis were involved, right?
I mean, a lot of the people were Saudi.
A lot of the people were Saudi.
I don't know if that necessarily means that the Saudi government had anything to do with it.
It could mean it was just people that were recruited by another organization that were with the Saudis. What do you think happened at Tower 7?
I think that's a good question.
That's a weird one, right?
I think the Tower 7 had information in it about both. I think it probably had information in it about the planning of the attack and or what was going on with the attack, but I also think it had information about other things that needed to go away. Maybe it's old CIA operations, maybe it's banking information.
Maybe it's information about the trillions of dollars that was missing that Donald Rumsfeld talked about the day before 9/11.
Yep.
So he gives a press conference in front of the Pentagon. Was the Pentagon? Is that where it was?
I don't know where the press conference was. I mean, I think it was in a room, but I'm not sure.
So he gives this press conference. This press conference, he says there's trillions of dollars they can't account for. And everybody's like, what the fuck? The very next day, 9/11 happens, and in one of the buildings where they store data, that building mysteriously